Well, in case you missed it, the GTA 6 trailer 2 finally dropped. I gotta say, I'm kind of torn. I'm a little disappointed. I thought it was great. It was good to finally have it. But there were elements to this trailer that I thought was a little bit lacking. I was hoping after all this time of waiting and rumors and theories about when GTA 6 trailer 2 would hit, that we would get a focus on gameplay, or at least a sample of gameplay. We basically got part 2 focusing on the other protagonist, Jason. And listen, it looks awesome. Like, there's nothing to really complain about from that perspective at all. The city looks alive. The character models and the detail are insane. The lighting, just the sweat or the water on somebody, like in a particular scene like this one, is very, very impressive. At some level, they're flexing. This is very unmatched levels of fidelity, detail, and realism. And it really got me thinking, this might be too good to be true, especially once you start looking at the screenshots. Now, the pushback that I've been getting is that, well, this is what Rockstar does. Rockstar shows off their games, it blows everybody away, and then it ends up looking that good. And people kept pointing to things like GTA 5 and Red Dead Redemption 2, and I get it. I mean, I 100% think that they've earned a high level of confidence, but even then, it's already been pointed out, there are some differences between the models and the fidelity in like a GTA 5 cutscene versus the actual game. And then the same could be said for Red Dead. Now, I will say that the difference between cutscenes and game are quite small, which is an impressive thing that Rockstar has achieved. Like, credit where credit is due. But it's very clear that these are cutscenes. These are elements of the game that have everything turned all the way up, from the light sources to the shadows to the reflections. And I think that is fair to point out, that there's probably a degree of separation here between when you're watching scenes like this and you're looking at the high levels of detail and what you're likely to then actually experience when you're moving around in the game. We also have to talk about the level of lighting, reflections, and fidelity in the screenshots. Those are likely then photo mode areas where you can freeze the game, pause the game, zoom in, and get insane levels of detail. In just one scene in particular, I pointed out that the beer bottle itself had fizzing bubbles in the beer. It had beads of sweat on the bottle, and I don't think you're going to get that level of detail once you're moving around. It's actually this scene right here. I don't think every beer bottle you walk by is going to have that level of fidelity and detail. Why? Well, it's a cutscene, and I think we just have to admit that some of those things will be naturally toned down when you're in the game. None of this is hate or criticism. I just think I'm being realistic. This is more going for like realistic expectations, that once you're in a game like this, moving around, moving within the city, going in and out of stores, bars, clubs, there will be elements of those things that we're looking at that will be toned down, because if not, you're going to have issues with performance. Now, obviously, this then raises the question about 60 FPS versus 30 FPS. I will say, given everything we've seen right now, if they are attempting to have this game look like what they're showing in these trailers, then 60 FPS might be a complete fool's errand, like unless they're actually going to let you turn off levels of the lighting. I keep referencing that in Assassin's Creed Shadows, I can get global illumination and 60 frames per second on my PS5 Pro, but the minute I turn on the reflective surfaces, I have to accept 30 FPS. So just that one element of all of a sudden having things being more reflective and more, realistic in that regard and interacting with the lighting system, I get my frame rate cut in half. Now, obviously, I'm not saying that Assassin's Creed Shadows and GTA 6 are the same. I'm using that as an example of when you let me turn off one of the aspects of the lighting system, I get a significant boost in performance. And my hope is that we get that in this game, because we're not just talking about levels of graphical fidelity. The systems within this game are allegedly pretty elaborate. I believe the trailer shows this. There are NPCs moving around cars, people reacting to things in a natural way, like if there's a car wreck or, the police are doing something. They want this game to truly have that living feel, and when you stack all this up, I'm really curious how they're going to pull this off on consoles in the market right now. When it's landing in 2026, the consoles are 6 years old at that point. At that level of generation of a console, you're typically expecting games to hit their kind of sweet spot where they've figured out how to maximize both fidelity and performance. But then we've got to consider the Series S, right? There are things that that box just simply cannot do within the realm of ray tracing and the full suite of pieces of lighting that lots of games like to do. And this is where I actually think the Series S could be a help, right? The level of lighting and reflections would make performance on the Series S a pretty serious problem. It historically doesn't get almost any of the ray tracing features. So my hope would be that Rockstar disables a lot of the lighting and the reflections and those things so that the Series S can have a playable version of this game. And that would then give, I think, good ground to say, hey, we can get a performance mode out of this game. Let people turn some of the ray tracing or the reflections off. Because right now, I am in agreement with people that say this looks like it's going to be a 30 FPS game. Not because of anything new from Trailer 2, but because the game looks like they have very much focused on using lighting to set tone, time of day, setting, vibe. Like they really have leveraged a lot of elements with lighting, reflection. Some of these screenshots look incredible. I mean, there's just like the picture I used for the thumbnail for this live stream. I mean, you can literally see Lucia has goosebumps, like the level of detail in her skin and the water and the reflection in her sunglasses. In a roundabout way, the Xbox Series S could end up being an unwitting savior here, being that it is the floor where GTA 6 has to be able to perform, and that may push them to then actually have to, you know, lower certain elements, lower certain lighting features, so that way you can get increased performance. And then that could help somebody who owns a PS5 Pro. The strongest on the market may benefit from the weakest, because demanding a lot of things to be turned off or minimized could benefit more people. At the end of the day, I think this game will be a defining moment for gaming. You can tell by looking at the screenshots, you can tell by looking at the current footage that, you know, this is all in engine, that they're really going to, I think, land this plane and really impress people. Okay, I really do think they came out swinging with the trailer, with the cutscenes, with the screenshots. They're here to say something, right? This will be a defining moment, I think, within the history of gaming. But shipping a 30 FPS game in 2026 will be a tall order for a lot of gamers out there. For some of us, it's kind of a deal breaker. I have too many games that I'm trying to get to in my backlog that have no issue with this. And right now, you know, Revenge of the Savage Planet, I was really looking forward to playing that co-op with my wife, but it only runs 4K 30. They're not offering a performance mode, which is very bizarre in 2025. It'll be even more bizarre for this game to do the same thing in 2026. And you can point to the game's popularity and Rockstar's size and prestige, but for some of us, it will still be a deal breaker. For others, it'll just be something unfortunate that they have to tolerate because, like, nobody wants to wait to play GTA 6, right? The PC boys are going to weigh in very quickly and say, hey, we're not going to have this problem. Yeah, you're going to have to wait. And a lot of people are not going to want to sit this one out, even if it's only for about 6 months. I've been predicting that GTA 6 comes to PC a little bit quicker than in previous years. Strauss Zelnick seemed to indicate that is a bigger priority this time around, getting the game on PC. There is a crowd, though, that continues to shrink that won't care at all. They don't notice 30 FPS. It doesn't bother them. I think less and less gamers fit into that bucket as more and more gamers have updated their console to a newer console. Given how long GTA 6 will be around, Rockstar could also just be banking on the next gen to offer enough power to really push the frame rate along with what they've built. Right now, we get a definitive edition of GTA 6 on the PlayStation 6. But for now, we wait, and we'll have to wait and see if they ever do decide to give us any gameplay, maybe at Summer Game Fest. But if not, for now, we've got more great in-engine footage, cinematics, and screenshots to talk about for the foreseeable future. But those are just my thoughts, and I'd love to hear your thoughts. You can leave a comment below if you're watching this stream later. But you guys that are here right now, it's time for the discussion between YouTube and Twitch. And YouTube's going to cheat here. They've got MASH on the prowl, and I said that the first to 25 would get 10 members instead of 5. And MASH with the 20 bomb during the open is going to make it really, really difficult on Twitch. Twitch, you're going to have to scramble because he bumped it to 21. DK Bager, Han shot first, and so did you. That was the first gifted member. Then Joker Quinn gifts one and gets us to 23. And then Mick Pratt gets us to 24. Twitch, you have time You have absolute time right now. YouTube is 1 away from being the first to 25. You can scramble and beat them. I believe in you. I believe in you. So that's 23. We got to add that to the total over here as well. The weekly goal. We're going to have to adjust this weekly goal and actually allow Twitch and YouTube to both contribute. I think that that's fair because a lot of you have shifted your support over to Twitch. So for the remainder of the week, we'll just do this ad hoc. For the remainder of the week, I'm going to let Twitch contribute to the total. And Joker Quinn's going to land the plane, and he might tempt a 20 bomb. He's got us to 130. That gets us 20 away from 150. We'll see if he can't bait somebody into dropping another 20 bomb for the day. Don't let MASH have all the fun, boys. And that's the first 25. YouTube has officially won the race. And Benjani comes back to Twitch, resubscribes for 37 months. That's a really, really long time. Thank you so much, Benjani. Did a little joke in a little bit this morning about the coffee, but thank you to everybody who has been ordering the coffee. That's not a sponsor. That is basically a part of the business here. My wife and kiddos ship it to you. People are getting little thank you notes and pictures from my kids. You can use the coffee link below or go to reforgeroast.com. We'll be playing GTA 6 over the next 2 consoles till PlayStation 7 likely. That to me is one of the more fair pushbacks I've seen from people. They're like, well, Lono, Rockstar probably doesn't care because they're like, people are going to be playing GTA 6 on the PlayStation 6. Well, that's when you can get 60 FPS, or you can play it on PC if you want 60 FPS. Rockstar have always been tech wizards, and now they have infinite money. Proprietary engine built with open world games in mind helps too. Okay, so I want to push back on the Red Dead Redemption argument. I told somebody I was going to do that. I think it was El Duderino. Here's the thing, okay? Digital Foundry has already kind of broken down the ray tracing tech and the ray tracing systems that these boys use, okay? And we know right now what the Series X and what the PS5 are capable of when you throw ray tracing at them. So Engine Ninjutsu, set that aside. Ray tracing is just absolutely a resource hog. It is. And the level that we're seeing in this footage and in the screenshots, I don't know how in the world we expect them to do that in a way where it's not going to absolutely tank performance. We know how that tech works. We know what that tech does to performance. So I trust that Rockstar probably has come up with some pretty fancy solutions, but I don't know. It's Rockstar. There's no reason to believe they won't deliver. Well, I'm gonna voice the saying right back to you that kept getting thrown around. Every game they've shipped up to now has not had high frames per second. So what if that trend continues? And they're like, listen, we really wanted the lighting to be pristine. We wanted the game to feel like a living city at night and during the day, and they don't care. I posted a Digital Foundry clip, but we know what a similar level of hardware can do with GTA 5 and Rockstar's new ray tracing tech, which is well optimized, but it still could barely hold 60 on GTA 5. Thank you, Omar. That's my point. We know how the tech works. We know how demanding it is. Yo, what's good, Feed? I see you in the chat. Wired Rope says, look up Project Rome GTA coming to PC. It'll be big. I mean, I'm not doing that right now. One day I'll have to explain it to him. 7 TV emotes widget. You know that is on your stream. I don't know what to do with it. I don't know how to do anything with it. I turned it on for you guys. Frankly, I'm sick of hearing about it. I'd rather do a talk show than be berated about an emote extension that you want. Can ray tracing be turned on or off in the game in a console? They have to let you turn it on or off. Like, that has to be something that they offer you. Like, it's not just automatic. Like, I can't go into the settings on my PlayStation and be like, yeah, turn off ray tracing. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not something I can do. The game has to let you do it. Spider-Man 2 had ray tracing in every mode. I mean, I don't know to the degree to which modes had what in Spider-Man. I just played it in the mode that gave me the 60 FPS. You know what I'm saying? So like that's another game entirely too. Like Spider-Man's not GTA 6. I'm not saying they won't turn things off or turn things down during actual gameplay. I'm saying Red Dead Redemption 2 shows how close cutscenes look to gameplay. It's scarily close. And they weren't using ray tracing and reflective surfaces back then. Like, we know what ray tracing and reflective surfaces do, and I'm telling you that what you're seeing in those cutscenes, very likely you're not going to see in gameplay. You're not going to walk into a bar and every beer bottle on the counter is going to have the level of detail that we saw in the one clip. There's no freaking way. They're not going to waste resources on that. You know what I mean? I didn't know if you knew it was on your stream. I know you care about how the show looks. I turned it on, and this is the show, right? This is the show, not an extension for emotes. You made the point that the existence of the Series S means the setting must be there, right? I mean, again, I think the Series S, let me delay ads on YouTube. I think the Series S could be an unwitting savior. Right? It could be the unwitting savior here because Rockstar is going to have to figure out how to get this game to run on the Series S, and Series S historically doesn't get a lot of the ray tracing features. It just doesn't. A lot of the times when you go over there, the modes just don't have them. You can only do 40 FPS with a 120 hertz monitor, or you get awful stuttering. Yeah, that's not a solution because not everybody even has something that's capable of doing that. What are you saying exactly? You saying Rockstar is upscaling trailers? Don't all devs do this? Puddlegate, for example. I'm trying to tell people to set their expectations to being realistic. That's what I'm trying to tell people. I have been told numerous times I've been told yesterday and today that GTA 6 is going to look exactly like that trailer when you're playing. And I'm like, there's just no frickin' way. There isn't. I think people are completely overstating Rockstar's abilities. I think they're overstating what these consoles are capable of. We're 6 years in. You understand, we're looking at a level of fidelity and lighting in trailers that you're claiming is going to run like that when you're playing a game on a Series X or a base PS5 consoles. At that time, those consoles will be out for 6 years. Like, I know late gen, games start to look better and the devs start to figure things out. But I don't know, dude. I think people need to tone it down a little bit. I'm not saying it's going to look like trash. I'm just saying I would expect some of that stuff to be turned off once you're in the game. Did I say that? I didn't say that you do. Did you having trouble listening? You asked me what I was saying, and I said, I've been told yesterday and today that it's going to look exactly like that. I didn't say your name. I didn't indicate that you said that. Try to, if you're going to engage in conversation, maybe listen to what the person you're talking to is saying. I didn't even remotely hint that you had said that. I said yesterday and today, people have been telling me that. People. I don't know if your name is People, but if that's your first name, then your parents set you up for a lot of confusion. Can't wait to see the brokies cry when PS5 Pro raises its price further, says Super Googly. GTA 6 is Pro only. I'll be stoked. Huh? What do you mean GTA 6 Pro only? What do you mean? Are you saying Pro only for 60 FPS? Hang on, I forgot to set the super chat goal. I will gift a member. Whoops. I can't type. Oh, my keyboard's like all the way over. My wife was in here typing and she like moved it. Why is Super Googly turned on Sony? Has he sold out to Nintendo? I don't know. You bring up a good point. If the thing is going to run on a Series S, then I can see them coming up with a toned down 60 FPS mode, even though I've been doubtful about it for so long. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Hang on, I got to thank somebody. Mike Beckett with the first 5 bomb of the day. Thank you so much. We've had some singles and a 20 bomb, and he says, I'm going to take the first 5 bomb of the day. And he once again gets us to a big lead over Twitch. We had that friendly competition going. Twitch, from here on out, you can add to this goal now. This is for a Friday night stream with Madam. You guys unlock that every week when we hit 500. So you guys can now add to that goal. We're gonna ad hoc that. The screenshots are from photo mode or cinematics. It's guaranteed that during gameplay, it's impossible to see bubbles in beer with that detail. That's all I'm trying to tell people. I think every time we have conversations about video games, there are people that are on like the defense force, and they don't hear what I'm saying. They assume what I'm saying, and then they respond to that assumption. I am not saying the game's going to look like crap. I'm not saying they're lying to us. I'm not saying they're not very capable. I'm saying from everything we know about ray tracing, reflections, that level of detail and fidelity, everything we know right now, you will not get that in gameplay. You won't. Like, there's no way. They render and show and do so much more in cutscenes, and you're like, well, they did it in Red Dead. They're leveraging technology now that we know the cost of. We know how expensive it is, bandwidth-wise, processing-wise. It's expensive to have you running around a bar, and every bottle of beer has like little beads of sweat and like bubbles inside the beer moving. They're not going to waste processing time on that, brothers. They're not. You've got to set your expectations like just a teeny bit lower. Like, it's not going to look exactly like these screenshots in this trailer. It's going to be close, given Rockstar's history. It will be close, but it is not going to be one-to-one. I'm just trying to tell people to tone down those expectations just a little bit. One-to-one on GTA is just completely impossible with the existence of these lower-powered consoles. That's what I'm trying to say is it's like you really think the Series X and the base PS5 that released 5 years ago, when GTA 6 finally releases, those consoles will be 6 years old. You think those consoles can suddenly do that level of lighting, fidelity, and reflections and not, like, turn on fire? Like, you play games right now, and as soon as you turn on ray tracing and reflections, you're playing a 30 FPS game. We're looking at ray tracing and reflections in this trailer and these screenshots that we've never seen before. There's no game that looks like that yet. Have you seen some of the screenshots? Optimization, bro? Like, come on. Optimization, bro. They'll just figure it out. It'll be close. It'll be the best looking game and at 30 FPS, and everyone will buy it and love it. I mean, I won't. No. I won't spend it. I don't buy 30 FPS games. Revenge of the Savage Planet got me. I had no thought in my mind that Revenge of the Savage Planet would be a 30 FPS game. I was like, it's a UE5. It looks great. It's brand new. If I know ahead of time a game is 30 FPS, I don't buy it. I will not buy GTA 6. I won't. I have too many games in my backlog. I've got so many games I want to play and so many games I want to spend time on. I'm not going to waste it and piddle it away on a game that looks like something from last gen. All that lighting, all that fidelity, all that beauty, it disappears as soon as I move. It's like it's stuttering. Not a Rockstar game? I don't care who's making the game. That doesn't make me change my standards. It doesn't. Granted, you don't play games? What do you mean I don't play games? I've rolled credits on like 10 games this year. That's like 2 games a month. That's not bad at all for my like casual dad gamer hours that I put in. What do you mean I don't play games? Like, I've rolled credits on like 10 games this year. That's not terrible, given that I can only play for a couple hours a night. Like, I know I don't sit and like drool on camera and like no life games every day. I'm a talk show host. I'm not like, oh, come watch my gameplay. But like, I certainly do play games. He's joking? Doesn't seem like it. It's like 30 games you started and stopped. LOL, ratio F. Yeah, you're just some mongrel from Twitter who doesn't know a thing about me. I don't have 30 games that I've started and stopped. There's a handful that I haven't finished, but that's because I protect my time. It's like if I'm not liking a game, I put it down and I move on to the next and I play something else. That's what I do. I don't have this weird obsession with like posting trophies and completion percentages on Twitter because it's not a part of my identity. I've got more important things that I take my identity from. Like, I'm not some like weird sniveling loser on Twitter who like keeps track of these things like you and your ilk. I don't care about that. Like, rolling credits on a game that I'm not enjoying, like, that's not a priority that I have. I don't don't care about that. I'm like, yeah, I don't. If I'm not having fun in the game, I put it down. If I'm not liking a game, I put it down. Like, you take some sort of sense of identity and pride out of it because you're pathetic. Like, that's the life you live. Like, some pathetic child who thinks, like, well, I finished a game and you didn't, makes me better than you. Okay, you want to attach some check mark in a digital video game that makes you feel like you're better or cooler than me? If that's how low you are on the spectrum of existence, I get more power to you. Go roll credits on more games then, I guess. Raphael comes in with a gifted member, and a member light renewal comes in from WRB. No way you're going to miss out on GTA content because it's 30 FPS. What do you mean? Yes, I 100% will. What do you mean? What are you talking about? I have standards. I don't play. I'm telling you, I don't. I put down Tears of the Kingdom because it was 30 FPS, bro. Tears of the Kingdom is like one of the best, most praised Zeldas out there, and I put it down. I was like, I can't do this. Like, it kills my brain. You know, it's been a while, and I'm surprised to see you on Twitch. It happened 3.5 weeks ago. It happened 3.5 weeks ago. I was emailing Dan Clancy. He looked into the situation and welcomed me back to the platform. So we're excited. Hang on one second. Yeah, and I'm walking you to the door with your gold badge, too. You want to come in and stir up crap? Take your clip, run to Twitter, put me in your salt content over the weekend so I can smack around losers like you who think it matters if you complete games or not. I want people to see the clip because that's what I think of you. I do. I don't play games that are 30 FPS. Like, I don't know why that's so hard to believe. Like, I don't... I don't know why that's so hard to believe. Your requirement for high frame rate still makes me curious why you don't play more games on PC. I get it, but still. There's no needs to be curious. You know the answer. That's just a bit of a goad. Like, you're just goading. Like, I've made it clear why I play on console. And I have yet this generation had to miss out on anything significant because of 30 FPS to 60 FPS. It's not a mystery. It's not bewildering to you. You're just getting in a little goad. Doc says, I'm hoping that the Pro can play it at 60 because if it does, then I'm getting a Pro. Yeah, I think that in general, they're only going to be able to hit 60, Doc, if they let us turn that stuff off. They're going to have to let you turn that stuff off, the lighting and the reflections. You are not playing this game at 60 with that stuff turned on. There's no way. There's no way. It looks too good. I respect your stance on 30 FPS. I folded for Starfield and played. I did not fold on Starfield. I folded for... Well, I didn't fold. I played Hellblade 2 on PC only because I'm a huge Hellblade fan. Like, only because I'm a huge Hellblade fan. That's the only reason I did it. I won't do that. Like, I'm not going to run to PC every time Xbox decides to ship a game at 30, right? I haven't had to do that with a single game on my PlayStation 5 Pro. I've just been like, oh, it's 60, oh, it's 60, oh, it's 60. Great. Like I said, Revenge of the Savage Planet got me. They didn't say anything about performance mode beforehand. I just assumed a game like that would have performance, right? Wait, why did it say Def Driver was banned? Did it time him out? Did he post... Oh, he wasn't banned. Nightbot just gave him a timeout, a warning. Like, the chat blend that I have said that Def Driver was banned. I was like, what in the world did Def Driver do? Nightbot timed him out, and my chat interprets that as a ban. That's not a ban. Yeah, Black Myth Wukong tricked me too. I don't mean anything nefarious from it, Lono. I just thought I remembered back when you have a good PC, you played some games on PC. Even back then, I was console only. Yeah, but I've made it clear time and time again why I don't play on my PC. To be quite honest, explaining it to you is a wasted effort because I don't have to explain it to you. It's my preference. That's the end of the matter, right? Like, you don't need to write a thesis on why you like a certain food over another. I like the console game in my living room. I don't want to come in here. I just don't. I don't want to sit in this chair. I don't want to be at the desk. I don't deal with drivers. I don't deal with tinkering and messing with settings. You can claim you never do that on your PC, and we all know that's not true. Why'd it put me in timeout? Nightbot did it because it thought you posted a link. Doc says, let's not kid ourselves. Most of these games have been running with a 60 FPS mode, so going back to 30 is just rough. It all comes down to priorities. Like, it all comes down to priorities. Like, does anybody doubt you? Like if Insomniac finally comes out with their Wolverine trailer and they're like, it's releasing in, holiday of 2026. Are you going to like scratch your noggin and be like, I wonder if it'll be 60? No, you'll know that it's 60. You know that's a priority at Insomniac. You know that's something they're going to deliver with their game. There's no like quandary about it. You're not like, oh, is it going to be 60 or I don't know? Like, the only reason we're asking the question with GTA is because they seemingly are throwing the graphical kitchen sink at your console. They're just like, here's everything. Boom. And they're just lighting, reflections, fidelity, number of NPCs on a screen, number of cars. It's like, oh, wow, this is going to be tough. This is going to be a tough one to run at 60. You could say it's too much of a hassle. I can't be bothered with settings and PC maintenance without wrapping it. It's just my preference. It's a waste of time to explain it to people. Yeah, or I could just say, like, I don't always have to explain my preferences to people. It's just where I prefer to play, right? Like, it's exhausting always having to explain to people that are like, why don't you play on PC? PC's better. According to you, it is. Like, it's just a flat tire in the conversation. I think there's more interesting things to talk about than, like, where I prefer to game. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's that interesting of a discussion. Like, even now, like, I'm irritated that you're making me talk about it again. Who the frick cares? Who cares? Why do you care? Like, you waste our time, my time, and the show's time by even inquiring about it. Who the frick cares? I don't care where you game. Do you see me ask in chat where they prefer to play? Like, no, because it's boring. It's not interesting. Two things can be true. The game will look like the trailer in the 4K 30 FPS mode, but the game will obviously reduce settings to achieve 60. Why are we acting like these game modes don't exist? The concern is that they won't let you. You ended up buying it? What did I end up buying? What are you talking about? The concern is you won't be able to turn it off. You said you don't buy 30 FPS games. I don't buy 30 FPS games anymore. Like, if you're talking about Tears of the Kingdom, I gave it a shot. I was like, let's see if I can do it, and I couldn't do it. And I played Hellblade 2 on my PC because I'm an enormous Hellblade 1 fan. And I did it for Starfield because I thought I'll play it on PC so we can show off the gameplay. And after that, I said, I'm not doing this ever again. After that, that was my commitment. I was like, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not going to run to my PC to play a game at 60. You know what I mean? I'm not going to do it. And if, listen, if the Switch 2 would have come out and they started advertising new games at 30, you know what I'd have done? I'm like, I'm not buying those games. I would have questioned even buying a Switch 2 at that point. I'm like, I don't even know if I want that. But they made it clear. I'm going to be able to get those games at 60. I'm going to be able to play Tears and Breath and Mario Kart and games at 60. There's no gotcha moment here. I made a decision after Starfield and Hellblade 2. I was like, I am never doing this again. Thank you for gifting a member to Valiant. He has a 44-month badge. It reinstates your badge count. Thank you for doing that, Silent. And that brings Twitch's counts to 4. Twitch and YouTube competing down in the corner here. YouTube with a pretty big lead. I think it's rich for people to make generalizations about bigger groups, like all Xbox, PlayStation gamers, or give opinions on games they haven't even tried. Lono doesn't do that, so I'm fine with having different views sometimes. But those that do that, I have no patience for, says MASH. 9-year wedding anniversary with the wife today. Nice to get a weekday off. Hey, dude, congrats. 9 years is a long time. All right, hang on. I'm delaying ads on YouTube again. They want us to run automatic ads. I'm trying to experiment with only letting YouTube do it like maybe once an hour. We'll see. I've been doing my best when it pops up to delay for you guys. If there was PS5 Pro enhancement, it would have been announced yesterday. I don't think that's a correct assessment. No, that was basically trailer number 2. It was mainly focusing on Jason. The first one focused on Lucia. That trailer is not the time where you would announce enhancements. That's not correct at all. Nobody's been doing that like with their announcement trailers. Enhancements typically come later in like a blog post or something. John always renews his VIP and gets us to 37, but then a 10 bomb comes in from MASH and takes us to 147, and he increases the count by 11. Over here, YouTube sitting at 42. Twitch just conceding the race every day. You guys need some heavy hitters to compete with the YouTube boys. Did you count me on the membership? Raphael, I did. Yeah, I counted you. I called it out, and then I called out WRB's 29-month renewal. The game's a year out. They're not going to reveal how the game is leveraging pro hardware yet. Yeah, I don't think that's an appropriate assessment. That's not typically when they do it. They typically do it later in like a blog post. Like, I think PlayStation is clearly involved in the marketing. I think PlayStation will have that blog, I don't know, 3 months before the game comes out, probably. It'll be a lot closer to launch. Haddigan says, my theory is Rockstar thought that they could initially hit 60 and keep fidelity close, but that's proving harder than anticipated and thus they delayed. I don't think I would hang the entire delay on fidelity and performance. I think it's a big game and it slipped. There's just too much. There's too much going on. There's too much involved. There, you know what I mean? There's a lot happening. Captured's different than gameplay. 100%. 100%. Captured in engine is just not the same as actually gameplay. I don't know if anybody noticed at the end it says captured on PS5. Yes, it did say captured on PS5, which a lot of people are saying, I think somewhat wrongly here. They're like, oh man, it's definitely going to run better on the Pro. It's definitely going to run 60 on the Pro. Slow down. Slow all the way down, man. Pump the brakes, bro. You don't know that. You do not know that. It's a fair assumption. GTA 5 wasn't PS4 Pro or Xbox Enhanced last gen. I'm not sure what makes that a fair assumption about what you said then. How does that justify your assumption that they would have outlined PS5 Pro enhancements in trailer number 2? I'm sorry, I don't agree with you. You can think that. I don't think you're making a very compelling argument. Like, I don't think that this was the time to walk out PS5 Pro enhancements. It was trailer number 2 to reinforce the release date before the earnings call for Take-Two to help their shareholders and stock value kind of go back up. It was up yesterday. It's down a little bit again today. It could be that Rockstar has its own upscaling technology or optimization. Guerrilla did it with Horizon 2, and the game runs on the PS5 Pro as if it were a high-end PC. I don't have anything to say back to that other than this. We know what they're using. Digital Foundry's already broken down their ray tracing features in GTA 5, and those features made that game struggle to hit 60, and that game doesn't look anything like GTA 6 as far as graphical fidelity details. I mean, the details and all those little minute things. And a 5-bomb comes in from Pathalon Phoenix, and he pushes us over the 50 marks. That's 52. So I owe Twitch 10 for the first 25, and then that's going to take this count to 47. I'm really close to owing you guys 15 on Twitch. I'm close. I'm going to start basing it off of this. It's going to be like the daily count, so it's a little bit more clear. What's your screen refresh rate you play console on? Just curious. I mean, my TV goes up to 120. PS5 Pro will become more commonplace this gen, especially as people try to bridge the power gap. I think if I'm PlayStation and the PS5 Pro is going to have pretty notable enhancements in GTA 6, let's just say it's going to have a 60 FPS mode, and maybe the other consoles won't. I'm not saying it's going to, you clippers. I'm saying maybe. If I'm PlayStation, buddy, I'd be screaming that from the rooftops 6 months beforehand, 3 months beforehand. I would be shouting that. You talk about You talk about an almost immediate demand increase for the Pro. I mean, hi, people over here. How's it going? Yo, it's good, Jake. Guys, don't forget, we are back on Twitch. So if you're watching on YouTube, you can continue watching on YouTube. We're not leaving YouTube. But if you do pay for Amazon Prime, you have something called a Twitch Prime sub, and you can use that on my Twitch channel, and it supports me. It's literally like you paying to sub to my channel. That's how Twitch treats it. So remember to do that once a month. Also, if you're watching on YouTube, take a quick second and hit the like button. Is GTA 6 going to be locked at 30? We don't know. We don't know. The thing that I think we can most definitively say right now, everything that we know about lighting, reflections, those feature sets in video games, everything that we know about them, what they showed us yesterday is a 30 FPS game. If you can turn those things off, we could maybe get a mode that targets 60 FPS. Right now, they're showing us a 30 FPS game. I'm on that team now. I am still on my team of they're going to figure it out. They're going to give us a performance mode. That doesn't mean it's going to be like consistently hitting 60. I still think that Rockstar is going to give us a performance mode. What they showed us yesterday, that's a 30 FPS game. We know how that technology works. Like, we're not in the dark. Only thing you saw yesterday was cutscenes, not gameplay. Right, but Rockstar's history is that cutscenes are close to game performance. Like, they're not showing you cutscenes and then the game's going to look like significantly different. They like those two things to be close together. That's their sort of identity in the market. Like, if you go back and look at like GTA 5 and Red Dead Redemption 2 marketing, the cutscenes, the cinematics are all very, very close to what the game looks like. They like to do the cutscenes and things like that in engine. I'm telling you, they're signaling to you, the viewer, the gamer, the watcher, they're signaling to you that they're prioritizing those things. They're prioritizing lighting and reflections and fidelity, right? We can't, I don't want to do this thing where we pretend that trailers don't signal value. They do. Stop pretending that they don't. We had this stupid debate about Avowed back in the day where that trailer and the hand pops up and the sword pops up, and people that were more interested in defending the brand were like, that was not an indication of what the game would look like. No, it was. Stop it. We know that trailers signal value. They're like, this is what we prize. This is what we're prioritizing. This is what our game is going to look like. They are 100% signaling that to you. That when you play GTA 6, they're like, this is what you're going to experience, man. They are attempting to get you to feel like a value proposition from the trailer. That's the purpose of the trailer. Googly with another super chat says, which one is the crappier console, the Switch 2 or the Series S? I would never call the Series S a crappy console. That I've never said that. I've never indicated that. All I've ever said was it was a bill of goods. Xbox overpromised and underdelivered. It's not a crappy console. It's an amazing value if you're going to sign up for Game Pass and let your kiddos play on it, or if it's what you can afford and you don't mind lower performance. There's nothing crappy about the console. A lot of my commentary on Series S has been misrepresented by guys that are bleed green, and their precious brand can't be criticized. I've always said it's just not what Xbox promised it was. My criticism of the Series S has always been directed to Xbox. They literally privated a trailer. They had a trailer that talked about the Series S. It was so dishonest that they set the video to private. Have you ever seen a company do that before? Nobody talks about that. They just, they'll just clip Reforge and be like, yeah, this guy's poor shaming, or whatever the frick they've accused me of recently. Like, I'm sorry, the Series S criticism for me has always been about Microsoft's and Xbox's marketing. I've never, ever said it's a crappy console. You've referred to it as a potato more than once. Right, but hyperbolically joking around, jesting, and calling something a potato is not calling it crappy or a piece of crap. Right? Like, right? If we're going to be speaking in jest and I call it a potato, like, here's the thing. If you get upset by what another person says about something that you purchased, That's a you problem. That's a you problem. People have called the PS5 Pro a scam. Do you see me getting all upset? Like, hey man, no, I don't freaking care. You can call the Pro whatever you want. You can call it an insult to humanity. I don't care. It's like, oh, okay. That's a you problem. If you're like upset that like Lono has called the Series S a potato sometimes, I'm not saying you're doing that, Pete, but like, good Lord, like there's other things to be bothered by. That's definitely calling it crap. I'm not really sure what's going on today, but being pedantic about like the tiniest of things, I think you guys just need to find another thing to do today. I don't understand. That's definitely calling it crap. All right, here what? I'll grant you the point because I don't care and I'd like to move on. Yeah, you're right. I've called it a potato a couple times. That's me calling it a piece of crap. There, you win, you're right. 2 + 2 = 5. You're the best. Your opinion's super important. You're special. Your mom was right, and all your C's in class were the teacher's fault. We can now move on to things that are more enjoyable to discuss. A $5 super chat from Christopher Burnett says, birthday tax, my B-day's tomorrow, but I won't be here. What a B-day gift. I got in GTA 6 trailer, and tomorrow's Mafia the Old Country trailer. Tomorrow is Mafia the Old Country gameplay. Tomorrow is Mafia the Old Country gameplay. I'm excited. All C's in class are your teacher's fault. How did you know? You okay? I'm fine. I'm tired of people being pedantic about stuff that doesn't matter. Like, some of you guys are so desperate to, like, win an argument. You're like, yeah, but that's basically you calling it a piece of crap. So, let me just ask you something. Do you think it's worth our time discussing whether or not me referring to the Xbox Series S as a potato is me calling it a piece of crap? You think this is worth energy and typing? Like, I want you to really assess and think, we're having a talk show about games, GTA 6, setting expectations, different consoles, different hardware, different tech, and you think that's worth our time? You think that's a worthy endeavor? Okay. PlayStation Studios announced they have a new studio made up from Bungie employees. Yeah. What, a Team LFG or whatever it's called? Deuterino says, we've all memed on the Series S, but the smart ones know its value to the market for people that want it. I bought the thing believing it could do something it couldn't, so I returned it. Right. I mean, the question from Googly was, which is a crappier console, Switch 2 or Series S? And it's like, I've never talked about it that way. Yeah, it's a crappy console. It's like, well, no. When I refer to it as a potato, we're talking about like performance. We're talking about its abilities, its power, you know? And 80% of my criticism has been lobbied against Xbox and how they marketed it. Like, that's what we should be talking about. Like, what I think is interesting is how people are more concerned with what some random YouTuber has said about a piece of plastic as opposed to, like, I don't know, the company that marketed it and got people to buy it and they misled them, basically lied to them, and then set a video to private. But sure, you know, twist your underoos up and get really upset because Reforge Gaming called it a potato. That's where you should be focusing your anger and your attention. Yes. You have your priorities well in order. Yep. The problem is with me calling it a potato, big meanie YouTuber. Like, people have a funny way of establishing their priorities. The Series S will probably run GTA 6 at 720 upscaled, 30 minimal ray tracing. I mean, I think it's worth talking about the Series S in the conversation about GTA 6, Quentin, because if we're going to talk about performance, which is one of the main things people are talking about after yesterday, which makes sense. I've got a GTA 6 30 FPS video that suddenly has like an uptick in viewership because people are interested. That's like, people are going to YouTube right now and searching GTA 6 30 FPS. Do you want to know why? Because they want to know, what's this thing going to do? I think it's totally fair to talk about Series S and PS5 Pro. That's your spectrum of performance when this game comes out. This game is not coming to PC. It's going to come to PC later. I think they're going to come to PC holiday, but that could be too early. I think they're going to try to bring GTA 6 to PC quicker this time. So I've guessed holiday, right? So if we're talking about that perspective of, potential performance, I argued in my show open that the Series S could be the unwitting savior here. They're going to force Rockstar to say, we're going to have to turn some of this stuff off. I don't think there's a chance. I don't think there's a chance they have any of that lighting turned on for Series S. I just don't think so. It doesn't have the power. A lot of the games that go to Series S don't have any of their ray tracing. They just don't give it to you. They're just like, no, we're not doing it. It won't work. The fact that it has to run on the Series S means it should have a 60 FPS mode on the PS5 and the Series X, says Eugene. Like, I think that's a more interesting discussion than, like, did Lono say mean things about the Series S? Like, I don't think that's an important discussion. Like, I jumped in when you mentioned Mafia and when we started talking about the Series S might be. No, you're good, Quentin. I'm establishing context for why we're discussing it in a larger discussion, and I did that for you because we've been talking for 50 minutes. Like, I'm like orienting you to the discussion as to why we would be talking about the Series S. And I think it's a fair discussion to have given what we saw yesterday. I totally think that's fair game to be like, okay, where is this thing going to land on these things? Like, because think about it like this. Think about it from this perspective. Rockstar is shipping their game console only, and we know that they have said, other devs have said, like, when you do something like that, when you like shrink scope of target platform, it helps with optimization. It helps with development. So we would think leaving out all the permutations of PC would help. Now, the PC boys are going to say, no, it's just because they want to double dip. You're probably partially right. Yeah, they're all about that double dip. And you know what? A lot of you are going to do it. A lot of you are going to give them the money. You're going to buy it twice. Don't pretend that you're not going to. A lot of you guys bought the dadgum last game 4 and 5 times. Like, we know who you are. We have the receipts. You know, your parents know as well because they probably bought it for you the first time. But the point is, I actually think, given what their target is, I think it's fair to expect a performance mode. I do. I asked the guys on Twitter yesterday, the Revenge of the Savage Planet guys. I was like, are you doing a day one patch? Are you doing 60 FPS? And they won't answer. They didn't answer my DM. They're not answering my tweets. You know what I mean? Now they're saying this. They're saying we pushed out an update live for Xbox to address performance related bugs, including issues related to the opening cutscene. So that apparently there was something going on the Xbox specifically that they pushed out an update for. They haven't said a lick about a performance mode. Personally, I find that to be pretty frustrating. Like, shipping a game, right here, they said consoles are 30 FPS correct, but we hear the feedback and are looking at increasing in a future update. Here we go. Shipping a game without a performance mode in 2025 is just unacceptable at this point. Oh, you guys just got hit with ads. Sorry. I was looking down. I wish this was made clear before launch. I would have skipped. Yeah, they have confirmed consoles are 30 FPS, they said, but we hear the feedback and are looking at increasing it in a future update. Yeah, I think it's completely unacceptable to ship your game in 2025 without a performance mode. I just think that's unacceptable. You shipped your game in UE5, you turned lighting and reflections all the way up to like 11. Now, you guys watching on Twitch won't see ads if you sub to the channel. So if you've got a Prime to use or you're willing to do the $5 a month as a sub, you'll never, ever, ever see an ad on Twitch. I can only stop them for so often on PC. I'm sorry, on YouTube. What game are we talking about? Revenge of the Savage Planet. It runs at 30, and they didn't make that clear beforehand. They didn't talk about their performance. They didn't talk about performance or quality. Somebody asked them on Twitter, and they finally answered. They said, yes, it's 30 FPS on consoles. It's because they didn't build a performance mode. It's running at like 4K with all these lighting and reflection things turned on. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's not necessary. It's not that kind of a game. Have you looked at the Revenge of the Savage Planet gameplay? Like, what are y'all doing? You didn't ship with the performance mode? If I would have known, I'd have skipped. I wouldn't have purchased the game. I would not have bought it. I've got way too many games to play right now. Madam and I booted up night 1, and even she noticed. She's like, I don't notice these types of things. She's like, but I can tell that the frame rate's bad. Because she's used to playing games at 60. She's used to watching me play AC Shadows on the big screen. She knows what smooth frame rate looks like. So they built a game with co-op in mind and then restricted it to 30. I mean, if it was 30 FPS when you were playing split screen, I would understand. I get that. That's difficult to do double render, but like, I'm playing on a PS5 Pro and it's running 30, and I'm like, do you see your game? Like, do you see it? I mean, I see it. There's nothing in your game that justifies that. I'm playing AC Shadows with global illumination turned on at 60. What are you doing? What are we doing here? Super disappointing. I have a PC and a Series S, but I'm buying a PS5 for this game. No reason to buy a Series X in 2025. More expensive than the PS5 and a few good games. Yeah, do you guys think PlayStation's going to bump their price? I don't know, man. I think that second GTA 6 trailers really helped them by not having their prices increased on their consoles yet. I still think they could, but they haven't. I don't know. I think that they could, but they haven't. It's like that trailer ends and says captured on a PS5. And it's like, oh. That's going to make people think, well, I should probably buy a PS5 then. Like, consumers are going to think that that's the preferred platform when they see that at the very end of the trailer. You don't think they raise it this year, Tom? EA also said they have no plans to raise their game prices. I think they'll eventually have to bump the base price in the US as Eugene, but they pre-stocked here, so they don't have to. I wonder if they'll raise the price before the holidays when they know demand goes up no matter what, and they can weather it a bit easier. Doing it now, they probably knew this trailer was coming. If they're a part of any of the marketing strategy, they knew this trailer was coming, and they're like, no, hold on price. That's going to benefit us. Because people are now on Twitter like clamoring to buy pros. They're like, I'm going to buy a PS5 Pro before the price goes up. Like, they're worried PlayStation's going to raise their prices. Why is Microsoft, a company worth $1 trillion, still outsourcing? Part of the reason they're worth $1 trillion is they do things like that. I mean, companies that are worth that much money are commonly doing things that you would probably think are not cool or like, you know, like bad for employees or whatever, or bad for something. They're worth more like $3 trillion. I don't know their exact worth. I'm just saying companies that get to that size, commonly that's how they get there. I mean, that's how they get there, dude. You think the Pro can run it at 60? The only way the PS5 Pro is going to run GTA 6 at 60 is if they let us turn lighting stuff off. The lighting systems that they're showing us in the trailers and in the screenshots, no way. The Pro isn't strong enough. Listen. You know, I get called a pony. No. Ponies are the ones that are out here on Twitter acting like Pro's going to be the best, Pro's going to be 60, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. They need to slow down. The Pro is designed to handle that lighting. That CPU is the scare. Like, the CPU will be the bottleneck. Not for ray tracing in particular, but like the CPU is going to be the bottleneck. Like, we've got to get headroom. You're going to need headroom. You're going to need to be able to turn that stuff off. The Pro is built different. Okay. Listen, I'm being very, very, very slow to definitively say anything. Everybody that kept saying it was going to be a 30 FPS game, what did I say? I said, y'all are getting ahead of yourselves. On the exact other side of the coin, people that are like, no, it'll be 60. It'll be 60 on the Pro. I'm like, y'all are getting ahead of yourselves. I would slow down. I would slow down and wait for details. I think everybody needs to just pump the brakes. I'm saying the same thing to everybody. Oh, it's going to look exactly like that. Their cutscenes and their gameplay are always identical. First of all, no, they're not. They're close, but they're not identical. Secondly, slow down. Slow the frick down. You're not getting beads of sweat on beer bottles when you're playing the dadgum game. You're not. Ain't no way. Yeah, but remember, Lono, Xbox better. Yeah, I saw that, Nick. The Pro is already equivalent to a last-gen GPU. It's not a miracle machine. No chance it plays at quality 60. If you wasn't a pony, why did you automatically buy Oblivion on PlayStation when you could have played it on Game Pass? You didn't get any graphic advantages on the Pro. It's Pro Enhanced. What do you mean? It's PS5 Pro Enhanced. It has frame rate issues and stutters. A stronger GPU can sometimes help with that. What do you mean? Oh, and by the way, I actually paid the upgrade to play it early on my Xbox because I'm a streamer and I wanted to play it as soon as possible. And as soon as it became available on the PS5 Pro, I thought people are going to be interested in how it looks on the Pro because it's PS5 Pro Enhanced. You think that makes me a pony? So let me get this straight. I bought a PS5 Pro, strongest console in the market, and a game that's PS5 Pro Enhanced, I purchased it on that device, which is part of the value proposition of the item that I purchased. And you think that makes me a pony? So because I'm not going to I could save money and play it on Game Pass, that makes me a pony. You truly have a dizzying intellect. My experience as a YouTuber has been interesting. I didn't realize other grown men were so interested in how I spent my money. It's just really weird. It's just bizarre. You know? Constantly keeping track of how I spend my money, where I spend it, what I purchase, what I don't. I don't know, man. That's some weird behavior. Kind of embarrassing, honestly. It's kind of boyish and childish. I don't like the word, but it's a little cringy. It's a little cringy the way some of these guys are obsessed with how I spend my money. Some of y'all don't just need to touch grass. You need therapy. You really, really do. You need a new hobby. Technically, it's our money, says Zubair. And here comes Stone Spire. He's going to gift 3 singles in a row and get us to 155. This guy's baiting. He is absolutely baiting. He's like, let's get the 20 bomb to 175. And he takes YouTube over Twitch to 50. Didn't you say GTA 6 wasn't going to be delayed? Yeah, I got that wrong. I've owned that I got that wrong. I was interpreting Strauss-Zelnick's comments to shareholders, and I said, I don't think they're going to delay because he had doubled down too many times assuring them that it was coming. That's a dangerous thing to do as a CEO. I got that wrong. I've not shied away from saying I got that wrong. If you think that's some kind of a gotcha, whew, boy, are you guys starving for gotchas. Like, I made a prediction based off of commentary to shareholders of a CEO, and I got the prediction wrong. My career's over, chat. My career's over. Pack it up, boys. I got canceled in 2020, somehow survived that, but I'm not going to survive this. And a 10 bomb comes in from Behemoth, and he gets us to 165. He's like, I'll get us halfway there. He's like, somebody else do the 10 bomb, and he gets us halfway there. The contest between Twitch and YouTube, it is woof. You guys, I'm counting Twitch subs now in this goal, though, as well. So let's just do this. Let's just end the friendly competition. They're so down, I don't like showing it. A $5 super chat from True SSJ Havoc says, that's literally making no having sense. He still gives Microsoft the money. How can he be a fanboy buying a game? Please, stop. I hate stupidity. You see, True SSJ Havoc, you made the mistake of thinking. You made the mistake of thinking. You can't do that. You can't do that. The guy that was typing wasn't thinking. You made a fatal error and you used your brain. Don't do that. When you think on things that are so stupid, it hurts your brain. It does. It causes you pain. Now, I've built up mental calluses. I have built up mental calluses. I do the work for you guys. Like, I engage with the stupidity so that you don't have to. I do that for you. I wear I've built up some tolerances to it. Valiant says, thinking is always a mistake. It really is. It really is, boys. Well, remember when I said that the trailer could have dropped back in February because of the actor's birthday who played Bonnie in the film? I was partially right. Shut it! Christopher Burnett, we were wrong a lot. And Gambit Zero drops the 10 bomb to 175. And there we go. There we go. You guys are a little behind on pace this week, but Twitch, you can contribute now. We've opened up the floodgates. A $5 super chat from PWH says, what size hooves are you, ya pony? I don't know. Thank you for your sacrifice. You're welcome. You are welcome. They're releasing the game on the 26th, same day as Bonnie's funeral. Listen, Burnett. Listen, Christopher, man. Just own it, bud. We got it wrong. We got it wrong, dude. Just own it, man. Own it. We had our theories. We had our breadcrumbs. And we were wrong. They didn't. The only thing that we got right was I said, I bet you the next trailer, they're going to want to drop it before the earnings call to establish confidence with the shareholders. Yeah, they did that. And it had nothing to do with releasing this year. It was because they're releasing next year. They 100% dropped that trailer to boost the confidence of the shareholders. They were worried. They're like, we got a delay, and the shareholders are going to be skittish. Well, if you drop the trailer, stop the presses, break the internet, get millions of views, the shareholders will be like, okay, we'll stay. Like, you can calm them down with a trailer. What's good, crazy old guy? We got it wrong, but not the part about it being tied to something film related. I think you're reaching a little bit. I don't know. I don't think they picked the release date because of somebody's death. I don't think so. The actor that played Bonnie in Clyde's funeral, like I don't think so. Sorry. You and I were on the same page a lot with the GTA stuff, Christopher, but this time we part ways. I don't think so. Oh, I gotta pause ads. Frick. Oh, it's been an hour. It's been an hour. If you guys got some ads, suck it up. It's not the end of the world. I'm trying not to run them very often on YouTube, though. Why would they care about how other men chooses to spend their money? Well, it's something that little boys do. Little boys pay attention to the actions of men because they want to be a man. That's why. It's that simple. I mean, you psychoanalyze it. There's an innate inferiority complex on full display. I don't know. Take one semester of psychology and these people, these weirdos on Twitter. I mean, you'll be like, oh, they got a lot wrong with them. Like, it's yeah. Like I said, a lot of them need therapy. I don't think your questions are as good as you think. As an example, majority games running the X and the base PS5 weren't running better on the X. And you have PS5 exclusives not seen on the X. What's DJ saying? Let's take a peek here. I ask genuine questions. It's only because you're in defense mode. You only see negative comments? No. You called me a pony. That's not a question. No. You said, if you wasn't a pony, why did you automatically buy Oblivion on PlayStation when you could have played it on Game Pass? So you insinuate with your... You understand that questions can assert things, right? Like, I think you're intelligent enough to know that. So you call me a pony with your question. You're like, I'm just asking questions. Well, now you're a coward. Own it. Wear it. Say it with your full chest. If you think I'm a pony, say it. Don't be a coward. Don't be like, oh, I'm just asking questions, bro. You know? No. Own it. You asked a question. You phrased it in a way that was like, well, if you're not a pony, then why'd you do this thing that doesn't make any sense to my world? Well, I did it because of my values. Like, this is what I value. This is why I bought the Pro. Oblivion's Pro Enhanced. Do you know where I'm going to play Doom the Dark Ages? Please find a chair and sit down. On my Pro. Like, are you okay? I hope it didn't hurt you. So before the Pro, did you play all the games on the X? Seeing as that's the most powerful console. And then you have the nerve to say, I ask genuine questions and I'm in defense mode. No one's in defense mode. No one's in defense mode. You're asking questions that are loaded in the attempt to, like, get me into a gotcha or some kind of, like, predetermined thing that you've decided. Do you want to know why I play games on my PS5 instead of my Series X? You want to know why I shifted to that platform this gen? I got better games. First-party PlayStation studios weren't shipping games at 30 FPS. I didn't have to run to my PC to play PlayStation games at 60 like I did with Starfield and like I did with Hellblade 2. I didn't have to do that. Like, I shifted to the PS5 because what I valued, it gave me that value this gen. There's no gotcha here because when I was playing on my Xbox One X, that's where I primarily played back in the day. And then PC got Destiny 2, I shifted to PC. Why? I wanted 60 FPS. I went there for Fortnite as well. And then when, like, Project Scarlet marketing hit and Series X marketing hit, I thought, I'm going back to console, boys. They're talking about 120 frames. I wanted to go back to console. I didn't go to PC because, like, I loved PC. I went to PC because I wanted 60. So, like, when I saw Project Scarlet marketing and Series X marketing, I was like, I'm going back to console. And then we got 2 or 3 years into this gen, and PlayStation was doing a better job. I thought they were doing a better job. Their first-party games were way better. They were shipping at a much better quality. They were giving me feature-complete games with the performance modes that I was promised. And Xbox wasn't doing that. They weren't. I don't know what to tell you. I started investing in a platform that was giving me what it promised, and Xbox gave me a bunch of broken promises. They literally broke so many of their promises on their consoles, they set a video to private. See, you're more concerned with my choices as a gamer than, like, what? You think that the Series X is the most powerful console back then? In what way? In what way? What were you playing on the Series X that was doing so well that it would justify, like, ignoring the PS5? What were you playing? 30 FPS Redfall, 30 FPS Starfield, Forza Motorsport was a dadgum disaster, 30 FPS Hellblade 2? That's what you were doing? That's your most powerful console? I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I made choices based on my preferences, based on my what I valued and what I wanted out of this gen. And it's, like, really upsetting to people. It's like you're like, oh, I'm not upset. Why are you so familiar with everything I've done then? Why? Why are you so familiar with, like, how I've spent my money, where I've spent my time, where I buy my games? Why are you so familiar with that? Why are you paying attention to those choices that I'm making? Why are you invested in that? Why do you care? Like, the lack of self-awareness that the Salt Farmers and the Clippers have, like, they're boys. They're little boys with such low self-esteem. They're so insecure. They're so broken. They don't see how embarrassing they are. The only reason you know all these things about me is probably because you've seen other people talk about me. You've seen other people talk about me. I'm either in their videos or I'm on their Twitter feeds. Like, I can't look at that and not see it as so pathetic. It's just pathetic. It's like, what are you doing with your life? Why do you care? I don't pay attention to what any of those people do. I don't care what they're doing. I don't know how many games they've played. I don't know how many games they've rolled credits are on. I don't know where they buy their games. I don't know what they do with their time because I don't care about them. They mean nothing to me. They're like a mosquito in the room that's a nuisance. PWH-Town with a $5 super chat. How dare you play Xbox multi-plat games on the most powerful console and not the heralded Series S? How dare you want performance and choice? Thank you for the $5 super chat. Why is this channel so toxic? There's nothing toxic going on at all. What do you mean? He asked questions and I'm answering his questions. Have you seen toxicity on the internet? Do you know what toxicity looks like? Toxicity is usually like yelling, screaming, name-calling, saying really harsh and mean things. Like, I'm just answering a question. A guy asked me a question about why I chose to play where I play. That's not toxic. Thank you for making it rain confetto, by the way, PWH-Town. Like, are you soft like white Wonder Bread? Like, you think this is toxic? Like, are you that soft? Jiminy Christmas. And a 5-bomb comes in from Siriu, and he gets us 20 away from 200. Like, the slightest disagreement you think is toxic? Like, Jiminy Christmas. Like, that seems strange. That seems like you're trying to like project something onto the channel or like onto the community or the chat that isn't accurate. Lona displayed some emotion and exuberance when answering a question. Why you so mad, bro? When FPS does matter so much for you, why playing on a PS5 and not on PC? Games run much better on PC and PS5 exclusives are almost gone. None of what you just said is true. None of what you just said is true. Games run much better on PCs. Games run much better on a PC that you're willing to invest in. They don't run better on every PC. That's not true. Hardware reports of PC on Steam, like the average PC, is not running PlayStation exclusives better than the PlayStation 5 or the Pro. And saying that exclusives are almost gone is completely untrue. You can wait 2, 3, 4 years sometimes for a PlayStation game to come to PC. Those games are still exclusive. I still get to play them before you. I get to roll credits on games before you even get to touch them. Like, that entire sentence is just not true. The average PC is now running a 4060 laptop GPU. I mean, you can game wherever you want to game. You can do whatever you want to do. I don't understand why people are so interested in what I do. Like, why do you care? I just don't get it. I don't get why people care. Like, I know it's relevant to the GTA 6 topic. People are bewildered by the fact that I'm like, well, if they ship it at 30 and they don't give me performance modes, I'm not going to buy it. I have no interest in playing that. Number one, it's not even really my kind of game. It really isn't. It's not my kind of game. It's very much on the other side of the aisle of games that I typically play, right? It's got a lot of debauchery in it. It's going to have a whole bunch of language in it. It's going to have a whole bunch of stuff in it that, like, I'm just kind of like, yeah, I don't really play games like that. You know what I'm saying? And if you think it's going to be like, yeah, but it's GTA, Lono. It's Rockstar. Yeah? Ask me how many hours I put into GTA in my life. It's like 2 hours, I think. So it won't be very hard to skip the game. It's going to be a generation-defining game. Not at 30 FPS, it's not. Not for me. Not for me, it's not. I'm not taking a step back in time so I can ride cars and get into fights and watch somebody shake their booty. It's called satire. I understand that they satirize culture, but this feels less satire. I don't know. I don't get satire when I watch the trailers. All he ever does in his lives is go back and forth with people in his comments. Like, who cares what the people think? Can you go one live without calling someone out on the comments? Jay, let me help you out here. This is an interactive podcast. Are you okay? Are you in the hospital right now, like doped up out of your mind? Like, that's literally what the show is. I've quite literally made a living for about a decade debating and discussing with a live chat. What? Do you have like 103 temperature? What's the matter? Are you hallucinating? That would be like going in to like a Dr. Disrespect stream. Like, all this guy does is get real bombastic and play first-person shooters. Could he go one stream without doing that? What do you mean? That's what Doc does. That's his brand. What are you talking about? This is what we do. Come in, say what you think. I'll agree or disagree, and we'll bat the ball around. All this guy does is interact with chat. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. It's beyond belief. He just interacts with his chat. And he debates with them and he argues with them. I don't get it. Yeah, it's obvious you don't get it. I think that's clear to everybody here that you don't get it. A super chat from Dr. Pimp. If GTA launches at 30, it's a miss for me. I did miss another super chat. Hang on one moment. Juice Man, I'm so sorry. A $2 super chat from Juice Man. GTA will get delayed one more time. They always do this. I mean, maybe. And today's stream is a monologue from Mono, followed by silence. That's right. And I'm like, and that's the news, and now it's time for the discussion. Oh, wait, and that's the news, and now it's time to sit in silence, because we don't want to upset Jay. A $2 super chat, P-Dub says, new member goal, make Lono ignore chat. Yeah. Oh, gosh. And a VIP member renewal from Benevolent Icon. Renewal, I've been here for 2 years, and the anti-Lono guys try the same strats every single time. They bait, they deny, they play victim. Pathetic. They're pathetic. They're nothing. They're nothing, Benevolent. Oh. Oh, my gosh. I mean, they make the time go by quickly, though. They do. They're entertaining. Yeah, just get Lono to play Arc Raiders again. He'll ignore chat eventually. I was going to make that joke, Ryan. I was, but I got interrupted by a sub renewal. I was totally going to make that joke. Like, yeah, just make him play Arc Raiders with Hilly again. He'll get to the point where he ignores chat. Just start critiquing his gameplay. You know, tell him to check corners and to be more combat aware. He'll ignore chat real quick. It's easy. You don't got to spend money to make this man ignore chat. And a 5-bomb comes in from P-Dub H-Town. And he gets us to 186. Thank you so much. Woo-wee. Yeah, ask him if he's considered not sucking when he's lost 8 times in a Souls game or something. Is he still in the sewers? GTA 6 will definitely have to hit 60 FPS on the Pro. All right, right now, chat, do you think they're going to try to have a performance mode? I'm not even trying to say like, oh, it'll be rock solid 60. Like, do you think Rockstar is going to attempt to give us a performance mode? Yes or no? What do you guys think? And a $5 super chat from P-Dub H-Town. Here's my contribution for making Lono hush. Let's run it up, chat, so he can ignore us. Guys, while you're trying to run something up and while the chat's flooded with yeses and nos, smash the like button. We need 300 likes, like, right now. Let's do it. Most of you are saying yes. There's a few people saying no. Most of you are saying yes. Okay. Okay. Most of you are saying yes. So Kay is saying they're in partnership with Sony. So they're going to do it. I have to say, Sony's in the room, I think. I think Sony's in the room helping them and saying, listen, we got to get this thing banging on the Pro. Sony worked with the devs on Black Ops to get proprietary anti-lag VRR, whatever the frick that is. $5 super chat from Lord Horg. Ignore this and stop talking to me. Cringe. Thank you, Lord Horg. Lightleaf says it's more fun on YouTube today. Well, guys, Twitch, when you gift subs, do subs, renew subs, they add to the total now. I'm letting you guys add to the total. So this 500 in the corner is how you unlock Friday Night with Madam. We're probably going to bump it since we are adding Twitch to the total. We'll see. We'll see. Have you tried balance mode in AC Shadows? I don't like it. No, I don't like balance mode. I don't like 40. Give me 60 or give me death. My hunch is the delay is to make sure PC is coming out close to console. The market's grown too much to ignore. I think you're half right, Bloodborne. I don't think PC is a part of the delay. I think it comes to PC quicker this time. I think Strauss Zelnick made that clear. I think he made that clear. I think he made that clear in that one interview. I think they're prioritizing PC more this time. So I do. I think it's going to come to PC. I have said I think holiday. If they manage to ship this in May, no more delays. They ship it in May. Yeah, I think holiday. Lone Wolf with a $5 super chat. If y'all want to be ignored so bad, just type in the Discord. You guys don't say anything. You guys aren't contributing to the conversation. You're posting links and tweets. Spotted by Rockstar Intel, some of the videos on the official GTA 6 website are encoded at 60 FPS. Well, I missed that. That's helpful. They said some of the videos on the official GTA 6 website are encoded for 60. Huh. Well, if you don't read it, it's going to feel like they aren't saying anything. Zubair, don't you frickin' try to logic me on this, sir. Don't know. You're a lawyer. You're only allowed to ask me yes or no questions anyway. So, objection, Your Honor, leading the witness, badgering the witness, something the witness. You're doing something to the witness, and so I would appreciate you only engage in lawyer speak. 1 second clips not captured on PS5. They're 1 second clips that are not captured on PS5? How do we know they're not captured on PS5? Does it literally say that? Rockstar bought 5 million the GTA role-playing client. They're using it to make their own version called Project Rome, so GTA roleplay will now launch from the Rockstar launcher and be first party. I'm pretty sure that's not how any of that works, but it's your show, so we'll go with it. We're just going to pretend that the lawyers on TV are how lawyers are. Collide says online has graphical features already, and GTA 6 is going to have 30 to 60, 1440. Doobie's going to get his own band gavel. No, he would. That would not be a good idea. Oh, it's literally 5M, not 5 million. Oh, I thought he was saying they bought him for 5 million or something. I was like, dadgum. Sorry. Okay, they bought 5M, the GTA role-playing client. Okay, so that's gonna... Okay. Law school is actually just 3 years of watching lawyer TV shows and movies. I almost flunked Legally Blonde. JR Dauntless says, does a AAA title launching with 30 FPS be in contention for Game of the Year? Oh, that wouldn't affect Game of the Year, I don't think, JR. Or Dauntless. Sorry. I don't think that affects Game of the Year. What affects Game of the Year is the jury. What does the jury think of the game? Now, if enough of the jury thought, man, that 30 FPS was a bummer. It hurt immersion. I'm too used to 60, blah, 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 blah. You got to think middle of 2026. There's an awful lot of people that are going to really not like 30. They're just going to be like, holy mackerel, this feels stuttery and sluggish. Like, the more and more people that get exposed to 60, I just think it's harder and harder to go back. Gritter with 44 months says, hey, everyone, a reason for the delay could be to make sure it launches with performance mode. We will eventually get 60 FPS on the Pro. I don't think they would delay the entire game, not make good on their assurances to shareholders, and miss out on all that juicy money this fiscal year. I don't think they would do that for performance mode. Garrett says no 60 FPS should be disqualifying. I don't agree. Yeah, I don't agree. I was thinking that through as I said it. I don't agree. Yeah, I like... So... Okay, let's imagine that Hellblade 2 was a monumental, just Kojima-level work of genius. Just, oh my gosh, right? Hellblade 2 was mediocre. Okay, let's imagine it was 10 out of 10 work of brilliance. What if I was praising that game? I had to play it on PC, but what if I was like praising that game? I was like over the moon about it. I don't think I would want to turn around and be like, it doesn't deserve a Game of the Year nomination though because they shipped it at 30 FPS on the console. Like, I don't think I would have been willing to say that. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if the game runs like slop, I think it's fair to say this had such egregious performance issues, it shouldn't be in contention for awards. I said that about Jedi Survivor, because Jedi Survivor wasn't like, oh, it's 30 FPS. It runs like hot caca on PC, and it ran pretty bad on PlayStation. So, like, that's not performing well. But, like, Hellblade 2 being capped at 30 FPS on Xbox, I don't think that's worthy of saying, no, it shouldn't get any award nominations. Like, huh? What? What if it would have been a work? What would have been a work of genius? What if it would have been incredible? And we're not going to give it praise? Like, does Melina Juergens not deserve any noms or awards for her brilliant voice acting work and performance in that game because of the 30 FPS? What about art direction? Right? What about tech advancements in motion capture? I mean, it did a lot of really cool things. Lona, have we talked about the potential resolutions? Do we know what the trailer was rendered at? 1440, 4K? No idea. Does a 1080-60 mode change the mood? Upscaling's come a long way, Dauntless. So internal 1080 upscaled to 1440, and you give me 60, I'm good. People say 30 means the game's running poorly, but it's not the case. Stutters and drops. There are different categories here. A game performing poorly is like hitching, stuttering, glitching. 30 FPS, I would argue, isn't a game running poorly. It's a game running at a subpar level. Like, that's old gen performance. Also, saying, oh, it's a smooth 30. I don't think you can describe 30 FPS as smooth. There's nothing smooth about it. Yo, Zooth resubscribes over here with the Prime, and that's 2 months, and that gets to add to the count. We're going to just make this member goal a joint effort. You Twitch boys can help out. You can gift subs, renew subs, use your Prime. It's going to count. Breath of the Wild was at 30 FPS, though, Tommy, on a device that never promised anything higher than that. I think people's issue with 60 FPS now is that 60 FPS should be happening in the games running on, Series X, PS5, and the Pro. And people were saying the Zelda games were fine. No. Removing context from the discussion is unfruitful and a waste of time. Don't do that. You're wasting everybody's time with that nonsense. It's bad faith and you know it. Breath of the Wild running 30 was acceptable because it was launching on a device it's a portable device from 2017. That's not, we don't judge things like, it shouldn't have won. Come on. It launched on a device in 2017 that never promised next-gen fidelity, never promised next-gen performance. And here comes Stone Spire again, the single gifted maniac. He bumps us to 190. We're exactly 10 away from 200. Twitch and YouTube, you can both contribute to this. It's time to tag team. No more competing. It's time to work together. It's the same issue, though. The Switch can run games at 60. They chose to push the hardware. This will be a 6-year-old device when it drops, and they're choosing to push the hardware. Omar, listen. Saying that, like, the Switch can run games at 60... Come on, man. Not a game like Breath of the Wild. They didn't push the hardware. They built the game they wanted to build, and they got it to run impeccably well given the hardware strength. Like, Breath of the Wild is an impressive achievement. It is. It's an impressive achievement given the strength of that device. Yeah, the whole, like, it can run games at 60. Yeah, like, come on. Why does GTA get a pass? I mean, I'm not giving GTA a pass. True SSJ Havoc with a $2 super chat says Breath of the Wild was a Wii U game. Yeah, you got to remember that, too. That's a cross-gen game. That's a Wii U game. Like, come on, man. The Switch can run games at 60. Like, yeah, like what? Like a... I don't even think their platformers always run at 60. I don't even think Super Mario Bros. Wonder ran at 60. Henry 3K with 11 months of memberships on YouTube. How's everyone today? How's everybody today? I'm happy I skipped out on SW1. Now I can experience... Switch 1. Now I can experience all the Nintendo first-party games at their best quality for a price. Thanks so much. Yeah, you're going to pay the piper. You're going to pay the piper, Henry. Nintendo like, you're going to pay me my money. You skipped out on the Switch 1? Okay. You want to play Zelda? Okay. Fork over the cash, bucko. I can run Halls of Torment at 2200 FPS. That's not a typo. I just wanted to put that out there. Right, but nobody would say Zubair's PC is running games at 2200 FPS. You know, it's just a matter of these games prioritizing. Like, nobody would say that. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting responses to my Revenge of the Savage Planet. You aren't their target audience. Your standards are too big for this type of game, assuming. Very odd for you to not have done your research on this beforehand. There was no way to research it. What do you mean? They didn't say it anywhere. There was no way to research the performance of Revenge of the Savage Planet. It's a cartoony UE5 game. What the frick? I think I was fair. I think I was fair to expect 60. Come on. This guy responding to comments again. You're preaching to the choir. Some people just don't want to play on PC. What's he saying? At such a cost of dealing with drivers and tinkering, which the everyday person does not want to do. Oh, right. Zuby's the last person to be like out here evangelizing for PC, Nostradamus. Your review is the research for someone else, no? Yeah, what do you mean? I bought the game, played the game, and I'm like, frick it, it's 30. And now they've come out. So I'm supposed to not play the game in the hopes that they go on Twitter days after early access and reply to somebody and say 30 FPS. You're right. It's my fault. I should have done better research. It's all on me. Yeah. I should have not purchased the game that I was interested in, waited for them to reply to somebody on Twitter and confirm that console's 30 FPS. That's my bad. I should have known that was going to happen. That's totally a big mistake on my part. That's yeah. I apologize to everybody here profusely for being so reckless. Once again, for those that care about how I spend my money, I once again have just absolutely done the most egregious thing. I bought a video game without waiting for the developers to confirm the lack of 60 FPS in a tweet reply 2 days after early access. And not a single review mentioned it, by the way. No, I couldn't find a review that mentioned it. There were reviews that reviewed it on PC, so you're not going to get console breakdowns there. You're not going to get console performance breakdowns there. So it's like... just make sure you check with chat before you buy the $10,000 generator. Yeah, that's a long ways off, dude. That's a long ways off. We are nowhere near me being able to do that. Holy mackerel. These people make no sense to me. I break perfectly good stuff to tinker with it. A big super chat from Super Googly says, based on your theory, if someone releases a game now on the SNES at 10 FPS, we should praise them. Googly, I'm going to find you, okay? And I'm going to breathe heavily in your face. It'll be very unpleasant. I'll eat a taco beforehand. You said it wasn't 2023 game and 30 FPS was not simply acceptable regardless of the hardware that it runs on. Googly, listen to me, man. Your dislike for Nintendo is noted. It's on the dry erase board. We know that you don't like Nintendo. Okay? We know. But games shipping on the Switch 1, it's totally acceptable for Tears of the Kingdom or other games to not be 60. It's old hardware. And yes, get ready to be, we'll just call this a checkmate. And I'm not using a cheat engine to do this. Here's a checkmate. Horizon Forbidden West shipped cross-gen and it ran at 30 FPS on the PlayStation 4. So they shipped a game at 30 on old tech. And nobody called foul. Nobody got angry. I mean, maybe you did, Googly, but nobody was like, hey, that's unacceptable to ship a game in this time frame at 30. No, people accepted that Horizon was 30 on the PS4 because it's old tech, Googly. It's old. It is old. And the Switch 1 is from 2017. It's old hardware, brother. Okay? I think that's a checkmate. I think I checkmated you. I was already on a PS4 Pro. Okay, so did you call foul? Did you call foul when Horizon Forbidden West was 30 FPS on the PS4 Pro? No, you didn't. That's the expectation of that device. That if a new game comes out, it's not going to run at 60. They weren't pushing 60 on the Pro. They weren't pushing 60 on the Switch 1. So yes, like Horizon Forbidden West, Horizon was 60 on the PS5. It wasn't 60 on the Pro. I'm sorry, it wasn't 60 on the PS4 or the PS4 Pro. And that was acceptable. The reason it was acceptable is because it's old hardware. No, because I have an option to play better? No. No, you've just created a false equivalency. There's no impetus on Nintendo to be like, we're shipping a new game, and because it's 2023, we must offer you a hardware option. No. They came into the market in 2017 with the Switch 1. The value proposition was made. The performance was established. And if you bought Tears of the Kingdom in 2023 with the expectation of it suddenly having better performance, that's on you for thinking wrongly about it. They never gave you that expectation. Just like it would have been thinking wrongly about the PS4 Pro running Horizon at 60. You didn't have that expectation because they didn't give you that expectation. They did not give anybody the expectation that the Switch 1 was going to suddenly magically start cranking out games at 60. If you bought it and you were disappointed or you thought they shouldn't have done it, that's on you. They did not once act like the Switch 1 was suddenly going to have, greater thresholds of performance. So if they don't offer the hardware option, they deserve the backlash? What? No. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? There is no backlash. Value proposition was accurately given to you. This is what the Switch 1's capable of. This is what the Switch 1 performance thresholds are. This is how Breath of the Wild runs. Tears of the Kingdom is going to be in that value proposition. That's what they're offering. And what all you can do as the consumer is say, oh, well, I don't want that. And then you don't buy it. There is no backlash. There's no backlash. That's just what they offered to the public. And you can say, no, thank you. That's what I did. I bought it. I thought I could tolerate 30. I couldn't tolerate 30. I put it down. I don't think there's backlash because but Nintendo should have had a new Switch out by then. I bought it and I'm 100% entitled to rant about it? No, you're not. No, you're not. No. Your ranting becomes completely ignorant at that point. It becomes completely ignorant. That would be like somebody on a really old PC. Buying a game that runs at 30 and then a couple of years later, what is that? 6 years later, they buy that game's sequel and get really upset that it also runs at 30. You're playing on old hardware. You're playing on old hardware, brother. Been enjoying your YouTube videos of you destroying the gaming industry? Huh? I'm destroying the gaming industry. How? Look what you did, Super Googly. You made Eugene appear. Expecting the Switch 1 to suddenly... Oh, the ones that deserve it, certain companies. Oh, you're saying my criticisms and stuff. Okay, I was like, I'm destroying the gaming industry. Okay, thank you, Powerhouse. I was like, what the frick? I was like, dadgum. This guy's out here. You're out here destroying the industry. I was like, wait, am I? Yeah. So back to what I'm saying to Googly. Googly, if you've got a really old computer, you cannot expect it to suddenly get better performance. Oh yeah, it's just going to get better performance. Why? The Switch 1 suddenly getting better performance out of Breath of the Wild sequel, you shouldn't have purchased it. You shouldn't have. If your expectation was better performance out of Tears of the Kingdom, that's your fault. You made a foolish choice. You made a choice that wasn't rooted in fact. It wasn't rooted in logical thinking. It was like, what? Why would you think that? Xbox handheld photos leak. I mean, it's just an Asus ROG. I mean, I'm not trying to downplay it, but it's not that exciting. I agree with Lono, but it's bothering me that he thinks Nintendo games aren't typically 60. Mario Kart, Odyssey, Smash, and any of the 2D games, Metroid, they're all 60. Zelda's one minority. Okay, that's fair pushback, Maloon, but when I look at Breath of the Wild, I'm like, an open world game, really? I mean, I don't know. Odyssey definitely was not maintaining 60 the whole time. Come on. I mean, they had some pretty big areas where I know it wasn't holding 60. Mario Kart is pretty impressive, but racing games are typically able to output pretty crazy performance because of the limited scope of what you're actually seeing and doing. Googly with another super chat. He makes it rain confetti. People who play on old PCs is because they're broke. People don't have a choice playing on the Switch. Googly, I have a lot of admiration for passion, conviction, and commitment. I got to tell you, you're so out on I don't even know how, I can't talk. It's so bizarre as a position. I'm having trouble breaking it down. Like, excuse me. So because there's not an option, you're allowed to criticize them? That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. According to your logic, you could have, in 2019, bought games for the PS4 Pro and been upset that they weren't running at 60 because there wasn't a hardware option. You couldn't buy something else. When I played Spider-Man 1 and God of War 2018 on my PS4 Pro and they were running at 30 FPS, excuse me, according to your logic, I could have been criticizing them and complaining because they weren't delivering something that they didn't promise to me on my old hardware. Donnie with the Member Light renewal says Lono hates the Switch because he can't play Diablo 4 on it. Real sad. Donnie, I have to say, your ability to always bring up Diablo 4, it's as impressive as like vegans or people who just recently ran a marathon. I mean, it is very impressive. You always manage to bring it up. And I have a lot of respect for that. 100% you can complain. It doesn't make any sense to complain, Googly. That's not, no. Complaints should be about, disappointment should be about unmet expectations. And expectations should be about facts and value proposition from the company. So my expectation of the PS4 Pro was not 60 FPS. They never once indicated I was going to get that out of the PS4 Pro. So when I bought the PS4 Pro and I played Spider-Man 1 and I played God of War 2018, there was no expectation of this better run at 60. That I didn't get it. I'm now disappointed. Yeah, frustrations exist in the gap between reality and your expectations. And your expectations should always be driven and set by what the company says. If Nintendo would have said, you know, yeah, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are going to run at 60, you would have had every right to complain. If PlayStation would have said that the PS4 Pro was going to run Spider-Man and God of War 2018 at 60, I would have had a right to complain. You don't get to just materialize expectations out of thin air and say, you didn't meet these, so I'm complaining. What are you talking about? No, they never once did that. I mean, you can say it, you can voice it, you can super chat me to your heart's content complaining about Nintendo. I'm here to tell you your complaints, your rants, your frustrations are not rooted in reality. It's like, it's not based on anything like factual. It's why the game price increase discussion, you know, got me called a corporate shill, because I was like, this is just something that we should have expected to happen. I was just factual about it. It's like, just having an emotional response to something, that's, I do not mean this in a condescending way. That's childish. That's what my children do. They only know how to react out of their emotion. They don't know anything else. So they'll get upset. They'll be like, oh, it's time for snack. I want popcorn. Yeah, there's no popcorn in the house. And they'll get really upset sometimes. They'll get very emotional. I want it. That's all I want. Oh, okay. I can't materialize it out of thin air. I'm sorry. You're going to have something else. I give them the facts, right? Informing their emotional state with facts. I'm attempting to like, okay, let me ground you in reality right now. I know this is upsetting. It's okay to be disappointed. It's acceptable to be disappointed when things aren't going your way or whatever, but you got to make do with what's here, right? Like, I'm trying to help them be like a balanced individual. So yes, having an emotional response to, 30 FPS in a game or game prices going up, okay, but you got to balance yourself out. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm unhappy about it. I don't think paying more for games is great. I'm not celebrating it, even though there are liars on YouTube and Twitter who will consistently tell people that I defended it, I shilled for it, I celebrated it. It's because they're liars. They're just pathetic. They can't make content without being dishonest and misrepresenting people because, right, the ad revenue would dry up. All I ever said was, we should have expected this. We've been eating really, really good as gamers. We've been getting high value for less money for a long time. Gaming has been incredibly cheap comparatively within the history of gaming. If you've been gaming since the Nintendo like I have, renting cartridges, buying cartridges, you know for a fact that gaming's always been really expensive, and we've actually been getting pretty great value this entire time, right? We have. Like those are things to me that balance out the opinion. It's like, yeah, I can be frustrated by it, but I want to be more than just an emotional ball of reaction, like unhinged and angry all the time. Googly with another super chat. The fact that in 2023 they release an overrated 30 FPS game that sucks, no one cares about what hardware it runs on. My eyes can't handle 30 no more. I'm always on top hardware. Googly, that's why I stopped playing it, brother. That's why I stopped playing Tears of the Kingdom. I can't do it. I can't do the 30 FPS thing. I can't. It's not possible. It's too jarring. Right? I was helping my son play Kena Bridge of Spirits. I would look at his screen. I'd look down at my screen, and I was like, it was horrible. It was horrible. It was jarring. It felt like I was suddenly playing and moving the camera through wet cement. But you're sitting here saying, like, the fact that they did this in 2023. Yeah, and Horizon and God of War did the same thing. God of War Ragnarok and Horizon Forbidden West both shipped on old hardware at 30 FPS. You don't suddenly get to expect that hardware to perform better just because the date on the calendar changes. You know what I mean? It's like the date on the calendar changes. That doesn't suddenly make the Switch a more capable device. It doesn't suddenly make the PS4 or the PS4 Pro more capable devices. Your expectation should have been Tears of the Kingdom is going to be another 30 FPS game. Why? That's where Nintendo's value system is right now for a game like that. That's where their value proposition is. That's where their value system is. I don't align with it. I'm not going to buy it. You bought it. You complained. That was a foolish decision in my estimation. I made the same foolish decision. I thought I could get over it. There's a big difference between playing Breath of the Wild in like 2017, 2018 era when I had just started primarily playing on PC for Destiny 2 and Fortnite, right? The 2017, 2018 era when I played Breath of the Wild, I had not yet been playing only 60 FPS games. I was dabbling in both. I was playing Spider-Man 1 and God of War 2018 on my PS4 Pro, and playing at 30. So Breath of the Wild wasn't so jarring to me. You fast forward to 2023, it was jarring. I couldn't do it. It was too I'd become way too accustomed to it. It had too many years had passed. It's not our fault studios overblow budgets and make unfinished games. When they break it down, the cost now versus then, it's cheaper to produce and make games due to modern tech and digital games. This is simply untrue. The budgets for games are ridiculously higher. I don't know where this notion's coming from. I don't know what buffoon of a YouTuber you're watching, but it is not cheaper to make games now. The budgets are significantly bigger. The cost of the budgets, the cost of the people that work at the companies. No. Like, there was a time on Nintendo where they made like 3 games for like $12 million. Three of like their mainline games. The budget across all 3 combined was like $12 million. Now, budgets for games are in the hundreds to 200s millions, or sometimes even higher, though those are rare exceptions. But a lot of games now are in much higher dollar budgets. That's simply not true. Now, smaller teams, smaller games, they may be able to get into a more affordable operating cost and make smaller games, indie studios, AA studios, etc. But to act like, oh no, yeah, the cost of making games has gone down, that is not true at all. The budgets are absurd. You bring in like writers, motion capture, you bring in professional actors. And then you got the salaries of all the people working there. Cost of living goes up. A lot of those salaries have to go up with cost of living as well. Did you see Bungie showcase yesterday how many director level positions we saw in just like 15 minutes? Yeah. I don't know where that's coming from. We've had a couple of people say that recently, and I'm like, I don't know who you're watching that's peddling that nonsense, but it is not true. Where's my merch t-shirt at? What's good, ADR Zone? Yo, could we get 300 likes, man, on YouTube? I'm not sure what's going on with that. Like, I'm like, we need some likes, and it doesn't move. I don't know if YouTube's glitching out. It really does hurt us in the grand scheme of things. Like, when that happens, it's like YouTube starts to interpret it as like low response. Like, we were great, and then all of a sudden it's like we can't move it. Make sure it's not glitching out. And I'm not letting the ads hit. How long has it been? In 3.5 minutes, I'm gonna let it hit, and then I'll pause it again. I'm so excited to get my Switch 2. I skipped the entire Switch 1 library because the games were blurry. They set the expectations for 4K ETC. I get to experience most of the bangers miss, and they'll look sharp. It's obvious they don't need to spend hundreds of millions to make a great game. I don't think that you're wrong, but I also think there's going to be a bit of a healing process and evolution that happens, like you're kind of seeing it happen with Ubisoft. I just think some of these companies are so large, you're like, well, they don't have to spend that amount of money. Well, their operating costs are pretty dadgum high. I mean, they're enormous. Like, some of these companies are so large, so bloated, so big now. It's not like they can be like, well, golly gee, we could just spend less money. Like, they're already operating at a high level of spend because of the size of the company. Some of that's going to meet out in different ways. Larger companies might start doing what I've said you might start seeing, which is they'll take smaller bets and they'll do AA sized games at AAA quality, because as we're seeing with Expedition 33, that's possible. And when you have the chops and the institutional knowledge, some of these studios could start cranking out more games smaller size, okay? And then that's a smaller bet. Instead of putting like your entire studio on a giant project and 5 or 6 years later, you're like, well, this better sell like crazy, or we're in financial ruin. Like, I think you're going to start to see some of that evolve. You'll also start to see some of these companies just shrink. They'll shrink down. They'll start laying people off, and they'll get to more reasonable operating costs. Insomniac Black with 44 months in a VIP. The thinking is that the budgets don't have to be as big as they are. You don't need 76 writers to tell a good story. The game's making that argument easier, which will go hand in hand with what I'm saying. That you're just going to see studios shrink. They'll start letting people go. That adds to the count. Guys, it's Wednesday. We want this number to be around 300 by the end of the day. I'll throw a little incentive in there. If we catch back up and do it, I'll double what I owe you. Currently 8 more and I owe you 20. I'm pretty sure that's correct. I owe you 20 at that. You guys are going to get, not everybody, in about a minute that YouTube's going to run some automated ads. They want us running that. I'm trying to limit it to once an hour. I think that's fair when we're doing 2 and 3 hour shows, that like once an hour. We're also providing feedback to YouTube. We're wanting those ads to not be intrusive. We're trying to get them to only do bumpers or in-chat ads. So we got to kind of meet them in the middle, though. We can't just completely turn the feature off. That doesn't make YouTube very happy. So we appreciate you guys being understanding of that. Yeah, 20 seconds. Not all of you, but some of you will get an ad. Hopefully it's skippable. They always knew they could scale down on games, says Lobo. That wasn't the point. Expedition 33 isn't revolutionary in that regard. Now it's about changing the culture. Will they make games on smaller scale now? They will, if they can figure out how to do it in a profitable way. That's what it comes down to a lot of the times. Like, a company like this can kind of try to break it down and assess, can we do this? Can we do this in a way that is feasible within profit? Like, can we do this, and can we make the money that we need to make? Like, I think that's what it's always going to come down to. I don't think they're necessarily going to say, oh, let's just do it. They did it, we can do it. They're going to have to assess everything internally. Yeah, there's a new studio at PlayStation called Team LFG. It was spun up from folks that they sort of absorbed from Bungie. Thank you for the gifted. Well, thank you for being here, Albert. I think we get a bifurcated market. We're still going to have the giant blockbusters, but they will stop trying to make every game a blockbuster. There'll be space for good games. I agree with that. I think your blockbusters will be fewer and far between, which will put a greater impetus on them to really, really be good, worth the 70 or worth the 80, right? And then the smaller games in the 50 to 60 range, well, we'll say 40, the 40 to 60 range, those games just need to be, solid, good games. That's all. Sounds like it's the Gummy Bears codename project that was rumored to be in development. I think you're correct, Yelgler. I think you're correct. They're used to certain margins, says Lobo, to your point. If they can maintain spread, they'll consider it. $50 games may not become the norm, but if they can keep them in the $60 realm, games will sell like gangbusters. I think that games like Expedition 33 are a bit of a red herring. The success of one game that is low budget and is receiving a tremendous amount of grace from the player base should never be the standard. Well, hang on, though, Corey. I think you're forgetting something. Give me 1 second. Crinab with 24 months. There's your red badge on YouTube. The problem with this argument is that the games industry doesn't need more supply of more good games. There's too much supply today. Yes, but you can enter the market and be competitive on price to get people's attention, which is kind of what I was going to say to Corey. You have to understand that a lot of these developers already sort of have baked in fandom, baked in allegiance. So I want you to imagine for a second that Guerrilla or Sony Santa Monica or Naughty Dog, somebody that you trust, somebody that you know brings really, really good quality product to the market. If they announce a game at 50, that's going to make a lot of waves. That's going to get a lot of people's attention. I think, Corey, you're forgetting that part of it. I don't think Expedition 33 is just being given a bunch of grace because, they're a small team, blah, 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 blah. It's like, no, they built an excellent product and they're selling it at a very competitive price. And if Insomniac were to come out and sell this imagined game that we've kind of thought might exist, this Venom game, they come out with a Venom game for 50. That's compelling. People are like, oh, it's Insomniac, man, 50. Okay. Miles is ridiculed for being DLC as a result, if its initial price reveal, people look down on it because it's shorter. I think you're completely incorrect in the reception of Miles as it pertains to its commercial success. I think you're completely incorrect, Maloon. Miles sold incredibly well. What are you talking about? People being critical on Twitter, who cares about those people? That's not the majority. Miles sold like crazy. Yeah, and Helldivers 2 sold like crazy. That's live service, $40. But I think it got a pass on a live service thing costing money because it's a PvE game, which kind of goes back to my whole point about that PvP games have the greatest potential for live service right now. Yo, it's good, Pegleg. The game is being given a tremendous amount of grace. If a major studio released a game where the lip sync was this far off, it would be all anybody talked about. No, you're wrong. You're 100% wrong. No. I think your read on Expedition 33 is probably the worst one I've seen, Corey. They're being given grace? No, they're not. Oh, I didn't mean to say PvP. Sorry, Lone Wolf. Yeah, I misspoke. Yeah, I think PvE is where the greatest potential. They'd get blasted? No. You have never, ever been more incorrect than right now. I mean, this is the most incorrect you have probably ever been, Corey. There is no way that if a big studio shipped that game at that price point, people would have been like, oh, it sucks, the lip sync's bad. People didn't like, dude, this game is great. Soundtrack, combat, story, voice acting, Lune. Like, come on. Ain't no way you can claim that game is being given grace because of lip syncing. Get out of here. Get out of here. The lip syncing in Tsushima was really bad for the Japanese voice actors. Nobody ripped that game apart because of that. I half agree with Corey. If Ubisoft released this, it would have been attacked for being made by Ubisoft. I think claiming that Expedition 33 is being given grace is... It's just, it's absurd. It's absurd. Yeah, at this price, that's what I'm saying. It's $50. There's no way. A big dev being attached to it wouldn't have made people be like, this is ridiculous. This is unconscionable. The lip syncing is bad. They'd have been like, everything else is like excellent. And it was $50. People would have been like, this is incredible. This is a new standard for AAA devs to do smaller projects or smaller price points. Nobody would be, raking them over the coals about it. Elden Ring won Game of the Year, has little to no lip syncing. I use lip syncing as an example. There are other issues that are being overlooked because the game has become a media darling. Outline them for us. Do it. We're done talking about GTA. What are these other glaring problems in Expedition 33 that are being overlooked? There's some weirdness in the cutscenes with artifacting and compression and some lighting stuff that gets wonky at times. I've not seen anything that's worthy of sharp criticism. And it's like, oh, we're going to overlook that. The platforming is also pretty bad. The platforming? It's a great game, but a bit overrated. That's what I'm saying. What are the issues that are getting overlooked? What little platforming there was? Look at the Metacritic user review score for Expedition 33. It's one of the highest user scored games of all time in a platform notorious for review bombing. That says more about the quality and satisfaction of the game than anything else. Platforming in a turn-based RPG is bad. I don't think El Duderino was saying it was egregious and getting overlooked. I was thinking he was just saying that's one of the things he could think of. All I know is I had to jump to places to get to this material. I don't know if El Duderino is like co-signing what Corey's saying. I think El Duderino is just saying like this could be something maybe that somebody would bring up. I don't think he's saying it's an egregious problem. He's just saying, I mean, maybe people are overlooking this. That's nitpicking. He kind of conceded it was nitpicking. He says what little platforming there was. El Duderino is totally saying, yeah, it's kind of a nitpick. He's just saying this is one of the things you could maybe talk about. There's not even that much platforming. His own admission is that there's not even that much platforming. I understand it's a good game, but it seems like most of the praise is just in comparison to games that companies people hate. Well, no, hang on though, Siryu. Don't take away from this game's achievements because people are weaponizing it to wail on AAA companies they don't like. Don't do that. I don't think that's fair. That's not fair. People weaponize anything these days. That's not an indictment of the thing. You can weaponize anything. People are 100% weaponizing Expedition 33 to be like, yeah, look at it. Look at this. AAA company that I don't like. Look at this. You would never be able to do this. You started listing things and immediately said that they were not major issues, but these are issues that other games are criticized for. What do you mean I started listing issues? I didn't list any issues. I'm asking you to list issues, Corey. Lip syncing? Huh? Some of the lighting being off or some weirdness in cutscenes? None of that's going to be something that another game gets shredded for. That is simply untrue. I'll give you an example. Assassin's Creed Shadows has been severely praised for what it looks like. Performance, global illumination, Digital Foundry has heaped praise on it. And the cutscenes at times look bad. They look weird. There are times where Naue looks really awkward, a little cringy, like she got stung by a bee. Her teeth can look a little funky. I didn't see anybody shredding AC Shadows for that. Oh yeah, look at these cutscenes, bro. I didn't see that anywhere. I didn't see that anywhere. I've seen nothing but praise for Assassin's Creed Shadows, like what it looks like graphically. Expedition 33 only has lip sync issues for languages other than French. I mean, that makes sense. There are plenty of games that have lip sync issues outside of the native language, like Sucker Punch made Tsushima. English voice acting and lip syncing was fine. I played the game in Japanese and it was a disaster until they fixed it. Nobody shredded Tsushima. Yeah, I don't think I saw anybody shredding Tsushima for those issues. I do not think it's fair to try to lower the dominance of Expedition 33 by being like, oh, well, people are being gracious and overlooking stuff that other studios would have gotten hammered for. I don't think you can demonstrate that in the market right now that big AAA games get obliterated for lip sync issues or some awkward lighting at times, or like a couple of the cutscenes, John Linneman pointed out that the compression and the artifacting was pretty bad. The enemies in 33 are the worst in an RPG. I played in a very long time. The same enemies with no kind of personality. Flying enemies all have to be shot or they dodge everything. It sounds like you're just describing what the flying enemies do within the mechanics of the fights to create pain points so you can't just dial in the exact same strategy every time. They're basically creating a currency spend for you, because when you shoot the gun, you're spending currency that enables you to use your abilities. So they're creating tension points and pain points within the fight so that you have to make decisions about what you're going to do and in what order. No HDR, color banding in cutscenes. The hair has shimmer. We had entire conversations about cringe dialogue. Again, I'm not saying that the game is trash, but we are more gracious to those things for this game. That's the way I see it. I'm loving the game. I didn't try to. You didn't say it was trash. You just said people were having grace, and I don't think any of these things. You said there's cringe dialogue? I've not seen anybody say anything about cringe dialogue. I've seen everybody talk about how the story and the writing is quite powerful. I haven't reached any point of cringe dialogue in the game. Yeah. Sounds like a skill issue. The game's a masterpiece. Is Corey's point that we expect Lamar Jackson to be a better QB than Daniel Jones, so it's easier for Daniel Jones to impress us? Because that's true. I think he's kind of making that point. I think the way he phrases is what I tripped up on. He acted like, oh, the game, I don't want to put words in his mouth. I believe what he said was the game is being given a lot of grace. And I was like, huh? Like, that to me communicates this game has made some pretty significant missteps and people are giving it a lot of grace. If other games did this, they'd be hammered. And I'm like, I don't think that that's true. I think there are plenty of games that have these little rough edges and they're treated as rough edges, like lip syncing, some oddities maybe in lighting and cutscenes. Those are things that will get mentioned in reviews and they will be treated as rough edges. People will be like, yeah, well, like Baldur's Gate 3, they had issues in Act 3, I think, with performance and optimization. It was mentioned. Nobody hammered them for it. And you might say that Larian was given grace that maybe another studio wasn't, but I don't know. I feel like those things are typically mentioned, but they are treated, within the context of the gaming discussion, they're treated as rough edges. It's like, yeah, it needs a little tender love and care in some of these departments. What was I playing that I said that about? Oh yeah, like Revenge of the Savage Planet. I'm like, this game needs a day one patch. Just glitches, bugs, and no performance mode. The game is great, point blank. We are also impressed by the size of the studio pulling it off because it is great. It is not great for a small studio. It's great in spite of it. I think that's well stated, Omar. I think it's very well stated. I think Expedition 33 and Baldur's Gate 3 earned the grace they got by being effing awesome. Right, but, okay, so grace is unmerited favor, okay? The definition of grace is, well, in this case, it can mean elegance, it can mean courtesy. Generally speaking, within the context of how he used it, it's considered unmerited favor. Like you're being favorable to something that doesn't really merit it. You're overlooking something. You're overlooking an offense, right? Because somebody said the other day when I said I was going to be gracious to Dr. Lupo, they're like, he doesn't deserve it. I was like, yeah, that's kind of the point. Grace is unmerited, brother. Like, so if we're going to be, if we're being gracious to Expedition 33, that would mean we're giving it unmerited favor. It's like, well, we're overlooking things. And it's like, I don't think that that's true. I don't think the things listed are things that we would be like just blasting another studio for. That's where I'm not seeing eye to eye with Corey. I'm like, lip sync issues, some lighting in cutscenes, or some like weird artifacting compression in cutscenes. These are things that would get mentioned in other games, but nobody would get blasted. As I said, like AC Shadows, there are some cutscenes that look really awkward, and there's some real weird facial movement and dumb stuff going on. And I didn't see anybody blasting AC Shadows for that. AC Shadows has been highly praised for how good looking it is. In that regard, it's been sort of treated as a triumph. Zero Connection. 17 months of memberships on YouTube. After the success of Baldur's Gate and Expedition 33, do you think executives at major publishers will change tact and start greenlighting new IPs? Thank you so much for 17 months, Zero Connection. I can't add you to the goal unless you're at Member Plus. If you are paying for that Member Lite, you want to upgrade. I count upgrades as 2. So everybody right now on YouTube, consider upgrading. We need that number to continue to go up. It's how I do what I do. This show is essentially sponsored by you guys. If you're on a Member Lite because it's gifted, happy to have you here. Stay on gifted if you need to. And then James Wolfgang comes in with 36 months, says if that's the case, you can say the same about FromSoft games. Those games are rough and that people ignore them. I mean, I will say that Elden Ring had a lot of things that were overlooked and it was treated like a masterpiece, and people overlooked awkward lip syncing. People overlooked performance issues. Yeah. But to Zero Connection's question, I don't know if they're going to interpret it as let's greenlight new IPs. They might say let's greenlight smaller projects. Let's play smaller bets to diversify our risk, right? To minimize our risk and to diversify our risk. You can start to, ship smaller projects. And when you ship smaller projects, you're enabling that studio then to potentially make you more money. That would be the hope, right? If the executives are going to step in and do something, unrealistic expectations to expect this beast to run at 60. This is GTA 6 level tech. Yeah. Eugene says, I don't believe you. It's not possible. Bloodborne has all kinds of frame issues. Oh, I know my username seems biased, but I've never encountered one issue with a FromSoft game. Are you serious, Clark? What are you... Huh? Did you... What? Did you just type that? Okay, so hang on. You've never encountered a single problem in a FromSoft game? What? Like the engine's known for frame pacing issues. What are you talking about? Are you streaming during the countdown for GTA 6 launch? What? I mean, yeah, we'll probably be streaming that day. If it's a 30 FPS game, I'm gonna hold. I'm gonna hold to my conviction. I will not be buying it. I won't. I know that's probably a big viewership opportunity miss, but I don't think there's anything gained long term buying GTA 6 and streaming it at 30 and being annoyed and critical of it. That's terrible content. What's the point of that? You know, whiny YouTuber Reforge Gaming buys GTA 6 and complains. Like, no, that's pointless. All that viewership isn't worth it. The viewership and ad revenue wouldn't be worth it. That would be garbage content. That would be absolutely garbage content. You'd be miserable, so we'd be miserable. Yeah, there's no point in making that. Hey, you want to watch a guy play GTA 6 for an hour and complain about the frame rate? People are like, no. Well, yeah, well, then why would I make it? Camera issue isn't a performance issue. It's a game design issue. Performance in the context of frame rate. I mean, okay, you can claim that you've never observed a performance issue in a FromSoft game. That's fine. That's you just claiming you've never observed it. They 100% have performance issues. Like there were frame issues in Elden Ring at launch. An egregious stutter on PC. There were random stitches and snags on console. The best way to play Elden Ring on PS5 was to play the PS4 version. You saying that you didn't really observe it happening, oh, okay. They were 100% happening in that game. You've shown that you don't understand what frame pacing means. Oh, you're saying that to him. Yeah. Walmart is reportedly canceling select Switch 2 pre-orders. Yeah, I'll have Madam check later. We got a Target pre-order and a Walmart pre-order. And then I'll pre-order through Nintendo when it's available. This isn't an argument, it's a discussion of reality. That's what I mean. It's just it's a factual statement to say FromSoft has shipped games that had performance issues. That's just a factual statement. There's no reason to even disagree. Like, they were measured, they were documented, they were reported on. Well, I didn't see it. I don't mean this in a mean way. Nobody freaking cares if you saw it or not. I mean, they happened. You know what I mean? Like, if the referee's back's turned and I smack you across the face, and then you're like, "God, I really hurt," and the ref's like, "I'm sorry, I didn't see it happen, so I guess it didn't happen." Like, wait, what? You'd be like, "No, I have a red mark on my face. Watch the tapes," right? And I'd get ejected from the game. Like, you not seeing it doesn't mean it's not happening. You didn't have a special PS4 that didn't experience the issues? Yeah, I don't know the issues that may have shown up in, Bloodborne or other games, but yeah, I don't. You play it on Xbox. That's what I'm saying. Like, you didn't. It amazes me. I mean, we've had this debate about so many games over the years, and there's always people convinced that, like, well, I didn't have any problems. Okay, great. Good for you. Like, that's just my attitude now. I'm like, okay, cool, man. I'm so happy that your Xbox was special. Everybody else, tech analysis was done. Recordings were done. Elden Ring is on Xbox. Your comments can be discarded. Are you a bot? Are you trying to have a conversation, or are you just mimicking what chat's saying? Are you like ChatGPT in training? What are you talking about? Elden Ring has patched the issues out of the game. That's admission there were performance issues. You cannot be this level of ignorant. There's no way you're this level of ignorant. They literally have patched things out of the game. Hilly just put patch notes in the Discord. Elden Ring was on Xbox. He said it wasn't. Oh, no. He assumed that you were talking about Bloodborne, dude. He didn't say that Elden Ring was not on Xbox. He thought that you were talking about Bloodborne. Good Lord. You can't possibly think that Eugene thought that Elden Ring wasn't on Xbox. He was speaking to you about your username. Your username is Bloodborne. The conversation was on Elden Ring. Need I remind you what the conversation is about so that you can't tell me what the conversation is about? You said the thing that started all this off, okay? I know my username seems biased, but I have never encountered one issue with a From Software game. Okay? Now that we're back to context so that you don't get to shift the conversation around and play some kind of a shell game with us, you said that. That's what set us down this path. This guy says, I personally think that you have blank usernames. You think it's a good idea as a partner on Twitch to come around and say something like that? You think that's a good choice? Or Dino TV? You think you're making a wise decision or a foolish decision? It's a question I ask my children a lot, so I'm going to let you try and noodle this one out. You think putting a slur in my chat is a good idea? Oh, so now you're going to drop the N-word. Okay. Well. All right. Report. Chat messages. Hateful. Conduct. Slurs. There you go, bud. Kind of weird to have a Twitch partnership. Your Twitter is that? You mock me? Okay. Openly mock and attack other Twitch streamers and use slurs in a chat. There are faster ways to get banned. How can I block him? I don't know. I banned him and reported him. Guys, he's going to mock me on Twitter. Whatever will I do? Oh, no. We're in big trouble now. Wee. Oh, no. That's never happened to me before. It's really going to be upsetting to get mocked on Twitter. Oh, he's been hacked. He said 18 minutes ago, Twitch account has been hacked. If you receive messages on that platform, it isn't me. Thanks. Twitch support. I just submitted a ticket. Yeah, no, he's a streamer. He's like a legitimate streamer. Like I went to his Twitter. He's like the head coach for an esports team. He's got like 7,000 followers. His tweet 18 minutes ago is he got hacked. Yeah. Well, the report might help him get it back because they're going to start getting reports on his account of like what that guy's doing. I was like, what the frick, man? I can't imagine having a partner check mark and going in the chats and saying that stuff. I was like, what the frick? What a day. Yeah, what a day. They got into this and this was their master plan. Well, usually somebody doing something like that is just trying to stir up trouble and get attention. So they're probably going around the chats. They like the attention. You know, they disrupted our chat for a minute or two. And then they're trying to get his account in trouble is probably what they're trying to do. They know the jig is up. Like eventually they'll lose control of the account. So a lot of times they're just going to scramble to like go around and get the guy, get the guy's account in trouble. Do you think the Switch 2 can run GTA 6? Not anything that we saw yesterday. No. Nope. Now, again, unwitting saviors in the market could be the Series S and the Switch 2. Like, companies are going to be highly motivated to get their games on the Switch 2. What they showed us yesterday? No. There's no way. Size of the area, number of NPCs, number of cars, graphical fidelity, resolution, lighting, everything we saw, like none of that's going to work on a Switch 2. They're going to have to come up with some very, very different version of the game for the Switch 2. I think they could try. I think they're going to want to try. I think any company right now working on a game is going to want to try to get their game on Switch 2. I think they're going to. So, Self-framing his Reforge bans a Twitch streamer? Well, what was I supposed to do? I don't have time to research a person that comes in and starts doing that. He said as he got banned that he was on Twitter. So I went to his Twitter. He's like, I mock you on Twitter. I was like, all right, let me go check your Twitter. I was like, oh, dude's been hacked. And I can't unban him right now because he's not in control of the account. So he could just come in and keep doing it. Elden Ring on Switch 2 is confirmed at 40. I thought they confirmed it at 30 FPS. Sounds like a lot of these games of debate will work great on my old box TV. Huh? Wait, what's Bloodborne saying now? Oh my gosh, what are you saying? I don't personally care being called anything. People upset about words are silly, but for Lono's channel, I get it. Oh my gosh. Yo, Stone Spire's gonna gift a single. He's like, come on, boys. We can't be this close to 200 and stop now. He wants that 5-bomb dunker. Lono, blink if you've been hacked. I have not been hacked. My tinfoil thought is that Rockstar is still trying to get it to be 60 on consoles, which is why they've yet to confirm or deny. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There were people saying that that's why they thought it got delayed. That they thought it got delayed because of the 60. I don't know if you would have delayed the entire game for that reason. I think, especially given their assurances they made to shareholders and the fiscal year not getting all that revenue, I don't know if you would be like, yeah, we're doing it because we want to get 60 in there. I think you would ship it and say, we're going to add 60 later, and you'd still get the absolute bulk of your sales. Don't get it twisted. I know for a fact my conviction to be like, I'm not going to buy it if it's 30. I know that there's not a lot of people that are going to feel that way. There are people that will agree with me, but we're not going to make up the majority of the consumer base. Most people are just going to buy the dadgum thing because it's GTA. I think it's more likely they delay to get a solid 30 on the Series S. No. I don't think there's like a simple answer here. I don't think there's a simple answer here. I don't think it's like, oh, it's the Series S's fault, or oh, they want to get it to 60, or any of that. I don't think so. Did Metal Eden delay to stay away from Doom? No, I don't think they delayed because of Doom. I think a week of breath was enough. It actually had a lot of performance issues. I played the beta, and it had a ton of screen tearing, and that just doesn't work in a game like that. It just doesn't. I saw a tweet that said the trailer was encoded in 60, certain parts of it anyway. Yeah, I don't know. People were claiming that about videos on the GTA 6 website. Yo, the War Player resubscribing with Prime over here on Twitch. That adds to the total now. Twitch and YouTube. You guys can attack this goal together. Link arm in arm and let's get on pace. We need to end the day at 300. We could get the hype train going on Twitch. We get some gifted trains going on YouTube. You guys should start hitting this together. This is how you unlock Friday Night with Madam. This week we were gonna play Revenge of the Savage Planet. I don't think we're gonna do that now. Like, the performance is so frustrating, and the performance is not just frustrating. It's like there's like bugs and glitches and stuff. Flip Fiction sold 4 million. Yeah, I saw that. You need to finish Expedition 33. I can't. Doom's too close. Doom is too close. Like, with Doom being next week, I can't do it. 600 stretch goal, deal with 30. Deal. Deal. If you, yeah, no, I'll do that. I have the ability to do double capture, so I can switch between our perspectives. I know you guys liked that when we did that the one night. Yeah. I asked that yesterday. Awesome. What'd you ask yesterday, JC? 75% of the people on PS5 choose performance mode. I think Rockstar is aware they cannot ship without 60. I know y'all saying 60 doesn't matter, but the negative fallout of not having 60 does. I partially agree with you, Corey, that they know a significant portion of their audience, the largest. They know that most of their sales are coming from PlayStation in that first month. PlayStation is so much bigger than Xbox right now. I mean, and by the time the game ships, even larger. You know, you're talking about over probably 100 million PS5s in circulation to like Xbox's 30. Like, they're going to be 3 times the size of potential, you know, of a footprint of sales. And so they know about Twitch counting towards the goal. Yeah, we've switched. I'm just gonna let Twitch count towards the goal. We might raise it. Right now, Siriu is saying stretch goal of 600. We'll do Revenge of the Savage Planet on Friday night. I'll deal with the 30 FPS. TLU launched 30 on PS4. It'll happen for late-gen games. That's not an equivalency. Nobody was expecting 60 back then. That wasn't an expectation for games. And a 10 bomb comes in from Siriu and says, let's do it. He says, come on, boys, let's band together. That's 206. I'm going to keep delaying the ads on YouTube. I owe you guys 20 right now on Twitch. I'm going to do it. Give me 1 second here. There you go, Twitch. There's the 20 that I owe you. I'm sorry, not Twitch. YouTube. I owed YouTube 20. Sorry, Twitch. Where is Mash when we need him? Mash is here today. You guys can't always call on Mash to carry the member count. Other people are starting to contribute. We've got other heavy hitters. We've also got people that, I'm telling you, if you guys start upgrading the Member Plus, these goals get a whole lot easier to hit because you always have people renewing. You always have people upgrading that are counting towards the goal, right? You guys can't always rely on MASH. There's a couple thousand people every month that could help contribute to this just by upgrading. So, can't always count on MASH to save your bacon. That is not a posture that we want to model here. Marvel Rivals with 11 months says, I heard an ex Rockstar dev, he said that he believes it seems they have found a way with lighting, and they may have found a way for it not to be so taxing. And Joker Quinn with a single gift that says, let's keep the train alive. Thank you, Marvel Rivals. Rivals, you're on a light subscription, so if you upgrade to Member Plus for $1, you can count as 2. All upgrades count as 2. What's my hype meter out of 10 for GTA 6? Like a 7 or an 8. It's not really my kind of game. I'm not hyped about it. I'm more intrigued and interested. I'm interested in like what it does in the gaming market, what they're able to achieve with the graphics, what they're able to achieve with the tech, the NPCs, the living world. But like hyped, I'm more hyped for like Doom or Yote or Death Stranding 2 than GTA 6. I will do that. When you do it on a PC, you can try it on your iPhone. It's a pain in the butt. It's a pain in the butt. You're better off upgrading your membership on PC. Yes. Thanks for answering my question. Means a lot. No problem. I knew he'd IGN it. Shut the frick up, Omar. I'm not IGNing it. I'm just saying, like, I am not coming out of my skin for GTA 6. I'm just not. Sorry. You know, I don't know. I'm not hating on it. I'm not like trying to take like some contrary position or something. Hopefully it comes to Switch 2. My point is that at this stage of the generation, any game that launches without 60 FPS mode is going to receive a ton of negative press, and no dev wants that at release. I don't disagree with you. Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I definitely think that, but I think GTA is just so big. Buddy's Nervic with a VIP renewal. GTA 6 trailers are nice, but I need to see actual gameplay. I agree. I said that. I was a little disappointed. I was a little mixed on it. I wanted gameplay at this point. We've waited an awful long time to just get like another cinematic trailer. Silent says, I credit Rockstar for not doing the COD thing and pumping out a new GTA every year. Oh, yeah. I think to their credit, they've been very successful at not doing that, and spacing things out significantly. Off Assassin's Creed. Yeah, I mean, Assassin's Creed wants to do have you seen the number of games they're trying to release over the next couple of years or whatever? Just what? Okay. Good luck, man. Good luck. Good luck to you. I don't know, man. They seem really ambitious. Annual installments ruin so many franchises. Just the city sounds, walking down the street, jack a car radio music turning on, driving around, that's it. Triangle, gas and brake, analog stick, that's it. Oh, as far as just show us some gameplay. Especially not one that needs to be as commercially successful as GTA 6. The bigger the game, the more negative press kills the sales projections. They need this game to hit. I mean, Corey, that's probably the best point you've made today. I think that's actually pretty compelling that, when your game is really, really large, maybe negative press is actually, it's almost magnified, maybe. I don't know. The trailer was all gameplay? No, it was not. That is completely and utterly false. Loved Red Dead Redemption 2, but I wish that they added story DLC and had Mexico accessible. Still a fantastic gaming experience, though. All the games are going something they set up where any dev can grab any AC game to make another game. Huh? It said captured on PS5. Okay. That doesn't mean gameplay, Treble. Treble, you've been around too long to think that that's what that means. You know better than that. You cannot be in this space You cannot be hanging out in gaming YouTube and think that captured on PS5 equals gameplay. You can't think that, man. You're getting tricked. There are so many game trailers historically that have said, you know, captured on whatever, and it's not gameplay. It's just a bunch of in-engine cinematics and in-engine, like sometimes simulated gameplay or whatever. Now, there was no gameplay in that trailer. I thought it meant like that versus close to gameplay. No. It's what they're saying is we were able to capture this on a PS5, so they used a PS5 to run those cutscenes and to run the lighting systems and everything. And when you're in a cutscene, it's very different. When you're in a scene that can be rendered and run and no movement of the player, that's not the same. The Doom showcase was all captured in-engine, but not gameplay. Same thing. Wait. What Doom showcase are you talking about? We've seen gameplay of Doom lots of times. You can continue begging for gameplay until next year, but just play GTA 5. It's likely similar, but the cars are looking slightly better. I'm sorry. What? What? You think that... Yo, D became a member plus. D, was that an upgrade or a renewal? You can't possibly think that, Mew Store. You can't possibly think that GTA 6 is going to look like GTA 5, but the cars are going to look a little bit better. No. That's ridiculous. No. There's no way. The screenshots and things they've shown us now, no, this game's going to look incredible. Renewal? Okay, I got you. Let me add you to the total. 209. Yeah, I don't think they've shown us anything with Doom that's like unbelievable. It looks a lot like Eternal in 2016. I said this earlier, GTA 6 has broken people's mental capacities. I mean, I feel like we're always in this space kind of dealing with extremes. Like, you've got people that are like, it's going to look exactly like that when you play. And I'm like, you can't possibly think that. And then you got people that are like, you know, like what Mew just said. Like, yeah, it's going to look like GTA 5. The cars are just going to look a little bit better. I'm like, huh? It's going to look exactly like a 13-year-old game? I don't think why the gameplay would be that much different from GTA Remaster. I don't know what to say to that. You guys on YouTube, it's been about an hour. So in about 20 seconds, some of you might get some ads. We're going to let ads automatically run every hour. I'm kind of testing to see. It definitely seems like they don't like that interval. We got an hour in and plummeted. It was almost like I feel like it runs an assessment on the channel after an hour. That's been very consistent. Like, we get 60 minutes in and then poof, we nosedive after that point. It's like if it's on, they're like happy, but if it's not running, they like run an assessment on that hour and then they chop you. Lono XE has stopped working with that one. I don't even know how to respond to that. To think that like GTA 6 is just going to be basically the same as GTA 5. I'm like, okay. Like, I think this is going to be like a generation-defining gaming moment. And I'm not even like a GTA guy. I'm not like trying to hype it up. In the sense that you shoot guns and steal cars, sure. Oh, like in that case, yeah, I don't think they're gonna like jettison away from like the content loop and things they've done in the past. No. I think all that's gonna stay largely the same. Yes, that's not a slam or like it's gonna be the same. It's like No, it's GTA, baby. Rob banks, rob convenience stores, steal cars. I mean, it's Grand Theft Auto after all. When he first said it, it sounded like he was saying it was going to basically like look like GTA 5 with the cars looking a little bit nicer, and I was like, what? I don't know. I don't know what to say to that. It won't be 60 on consoles, 0% chance. Didn't you think that Bloodborne was on PS3? I don't know if we're going to take your predictions all that seriously. A $5 super chat from Manny. Just saw your vid on the PS5 Pro and the PSSR. It helped me decide to pick one up. Keep up the good work. PS5 Pro plus Switch 2 combo. I think that's a great choice, Manny. Yeah. I think either like a really good PC in the Switch 2 or the Pro in a Switch 2 is like the best gaming combo right now. Obviously, you could go for the trifecta. A good PC, the Pro, so that you can play like Death Stranding and Yote like immediately. And, yeah. And then a Switch 2. And thank you for the $5 super chat. I appreciate it. Oh, the GTA 6 launches at 60 FPS, but Red Dead Redemption still doesn't have a 60 FPS option. Why do you hope that? Was that actual in-game footage? Everything they showed was in-engine, but again, it's not gameplay. We have not seen any gameplay of GTA 6. Pro definitely needs GTA 6 more than GTS needs the Pro. That sentence doesn't make any sense. Why would the Pro need GTA 6? Why would the Pro need anything? I mean, I don't understand. It's in the market with its value proposition. It's selling well, and people right now are seeing its demand increase because of Xbox prices increasing. It's not selling. Where's your evidence for this claim? Where are you getting a report that would back up the statement that the PS5 Pro is, quote, not selling? Do you have any financial reports or sales reports from Sony to back up that claim? I mean, that seems like a pretty easy claim to back. I mean, if it's not selling well and they're not happy with the sales or its demand is too low, I feel like there'd be pretty concrete evidence of that. I feel like there'd be headlines, articles. I feel like that'd be pretty prominent out there if it was not selling. Are we getting to the end of the Xbox life cycle? You think Microsoft just moves out of the position of consoles? Given how their hardware has slipped and then they just raised hardware prices silent, I don't know. Their future hardware plans to me are shaky at best. Like, I could see them doing this Asus ROG thing. That's not really them. That's Asus making something with their label on it. Like a future console, this like PC hybrid thing. I don't know. It all feels like it's a little shaky. It just feels shaky to me. I said this before, that when Phil Spencer kept changing what he was saying about future hardware, I said that when Phil Spencer starts to contradict himself, it means something's changing in the background. When he was contradicting himself and he was like, just 4 games, this is not a single that everything's going, and then the same day he does an interview with The Verge and he's like, yeah, there's nothing off the table, like Starfield and Halo aren't off the table. Well, like, he's almost contradicting himself. So it's like when he did that, it indicated there was something changing in the background. I think he's doing it again. Matt Piscatella reported that? No, he did not. Matt Piscatella did not report that the PS5 Pro was not selling or was selling poorly. I believe, and you're probably using this as a headline to then falsely represent the data, was that the PS5 Pro was selling at a slower pace than the PS4 Pro. That does not substantiate the claim that it's not selling and that it needs GTA 6. Your original assertion, your original two assertions are not backed by the 5 Pro selling at a slower pace than the 4 Pro. That's a non sequitur. It doesn't logically follow. The demand for the PS5 Pro is not at a status where you could say, "Oh, it's not selling and it needs GTA 6." I don't think that's an appropriate conclusion to come to based off of the report from Circana and Piscatella that it was selling slower than the PS4 Pro. You need like a year of sales to really gauge how it's doing, because you need games like Yote, Death Stranding 2 to land. You need, the PS5 Pro enhancement. Like seeing Doom the Dark Ages PS5 Pro enhanced, Oblivion Remastered's PS5 Pro enhanced. Like, you need some of these titles to start hitting and start getting that out into the ether of like, oh wow, I mean, maybe I should buy one. Also, price increases for Xbox, where an Xbox 2 terabytes now more expensive. Like, that's gonna have an effect in the market. You almost need an entire fiscal year to truly come to a conclusion. I'm sure there's very high demand for a $700 console that barely improves games, and there it is. There's the bias. So you're not interested in facts. You're just you're interested in misrepresenting things. It barely improves games. Okay. All right. Except that Digital Foundry said that playing Horizon Forbidden West on it was like playing on a high-end PC, and they described the difference between AC Shadows on the base PS5 to the Pro as a generational leap. But sure, if you want to say that that's barely improving games, okay. The facts are not on your side. You don't seem interested in facts, as you misrepresented the data point from Matt Piscatella. You seem more interested in being dishonest. So it's not surprising. It's kind of on brand for you at this point to say something that's not true. I hope that was short enough of a clip for you. Yeah, doubling the frame rate of a global illumination mode is, that's barely doing anything. Always self-report, always. That was over 30 seconds. I need you to shorten that, please. I'm sorry. I find it incredibly interesting that people are still on this. Like, they're still on this idea that, like, giving me a quality mode with ray tracing features and doubling the frame rate, they're like, yeah, that's barely improving. I'm like, what? What universe do you live in? Like, if somebody came to me right now and they were like, Lono, your computer's got a 2080 Ti in it, yeah? I'm like, yeah. And they're like, I tell you what, for $700, we can let you have, ray tracing, some of these really nice features, really nice resolution stuff. All that stuff right now that makes your PC chug at 30, we're going to double your frame rate. You just have to upgrade your PC for $700. I would be like, let's do it. Right? Like, PlayStation comes into the market and is like, hey, you guys turn on those quality features, those higher resolution, the ray tracing, you guys turn all that on and, you 30 FPS. We're going to double your frame rate in those modes. It's $700. And you got these just absolute weirdos that are like, yeah, that's barely doing anything. That's barely a difference. What, do you got the screenshot of Space Marine 2 that was circulating where, like, it was a slight bump to frame rate and you're going to ignore the significant increase in image quality, image clarity, and smoothness of performance? You're just going to ignore that. You got, like, one screenshot where, like, Space Marine 2 had like a slight bump in frame rate, and so then you run with the false narrative, perpetuated by Bleed Greed fan fiction writers, that it like barely improves performance. Okay. If it's fallen behind the PS4 Pro's pace, it doesn't bode well for the Pro. The Pro needs GTA 6. There's not a reason to buy a $700 Pro except for GTA 6 now. As I just demonstrated while you took the time to type that, having a hard time keeping up here. I just demonstrated rather, I think, well, that it actually is really impressive and worth the money. It doubles the frame rate within modes that offer like higher resolution and ray tracing. That's not a small thing. It isn't. Show them side by side and tell me it's worth 700. I'm not trying to sell you on it. I'm refuting your claims. You're making claims that are absurd. You're like, it barely does anything. If you as the consumer have determined it's not worth it, that's fine. You're perpetuating statements in my chat that are absolute silliness. You can see the side-by-side. Have you seen the side-by-side comparisons of AC Shadows? You haven't seen that? Where like they turn on global illumination and it looks like a different game? You haven't seen those? I mean, you can put your head in the sand. It's fitting. You don't seem to be in tune with facts at all. You just misrepresent them for your own aims. So burying your head in the sand is, again, kind of on brand for you. Homie, they did side-by-side comparisons of AC Shadows. They described it as a generational leap. Different game, that's a stretch. I don't know what to tell you. Either go to the eye doctor or get a better monitor, get a better TV. You don't seem to be able to see all that well. If you don't think that the differences between the side-by-sides and AC Shadows were significant, they were compelling. It was like, holy cow. I don't understand. Like, I'm not trying to convince you. You don't have to. I don't have to convince you. I'm merely shooting down your claims. Lono dog, you can't be serious. Lumfao. I mean, your ability to laugh at factual statements doesn't make them any less factual. Like, I know that's like an argumentative tactic that people use when they get absolutely trounced. They just kind of chuckle like what's being stated is absurd. Refute what I'm saying. Like, again, if you came to me and you said, Lono, your PC's got a 2080 Ti in it, and if you turn on path tracing, ray tracing, global illumination, you turn on a lot of these features and you raise the resolution, you're chugging at 30 FPS. I'm going to double your frame rate. You'll be able to leave all those settings on. You only have to spend $700, and I will double the frame rate on your PC. The average person in the PC land would say, I'm going to do that right now. $700? That's so cheap to increase performance to that degree. And with trade-in value on a PlayStation 5, it's actually not even $700. It's less than that. It's like a $400 to $500 increase because you can trade in. The idea to me, again, you're the one making absurd claims that should be laughed at and jeered at. The idea that you've been so indoctrinated and propagandized by these morons on YouTube that couldn't argue themselves out of a wet paper bag, that like doubling the frame rate is described as not that much of an improvement. It barely changes anything. You're so drunk on idiotic Kool-Aid that you don't see how dumb that is to say that. Doubling the frame rate. It's like, oh, that's not a big deal. Really? They marketed this gen on doubling the frame rate. So clearly it's a big deal. They marketed Series X and PS5 on doubling frame rate. 60 FPS was a big deal. It was like, oh my gosh, that's going to be crazy. Now it's not a big deal? Because your PC daddy overlords told you it's not a big deal? Because it hurt their fifis? That a strong console came into the market and was doing things that you got to pay a pretty good chunk of change to get out of a PC? Are we too close to Friday? You need clips for the weekend? Like, what are we doing here? Going to anybody right now with any console, any setup, any PC, a Switch, an old gen console, a current gen console, a nice PC, a mid-gen PC, the Switch 1, going to those people and saying, you can double your frame rate and all it's going to cost you is this much. They're all going to say, how much? Double my frame rate. That sounds amazing. Frame rates have been a constant 30 for decades. Who cares if the game is breaking the next generation in terms of game possibilities? What do you mean? I watched tube television for decades. Does that mean I shouldn't want a new TV that has higher resolution and makes my eyeballs bleed from the color saturation and the crispness? What you're saying is absurd. I've been enjoying 30 FPS. I've been enjoying 30 FPS games for a really long time, and now I've been enjoying 60 FPS games for the last 5 years. For half of a decade, I've been playing nothing but 60 FPS games, with the rare exception of games that I put down, like Tears of the Kingdom. What are we even talking about? So who cares if you like? Well, then go drive a Ford Model T instead of a new car. Like, you get on a horse and buggy. Don't do anything that's tech advanced. I mean, people walked around without shoes on their feet for a really long time too, and their feet got calloused. Why aren't we doing that? What do you mean? What things advance? Like, GTA 6 will not run at 60 FPS on the Pro. It's barely an upgrade over the Series X. There it is. There's the bias. There's the misleading nonsense. Yeah, you've been so propagandized that you're like, the PS5 Pro is barely an upgrade over the Series X. That's why they didn't put out a mid-gen refresh. Homie, I don't know if I've ever seen anybody this drunk on the bleed green Kool-Aid. Buddy, you're swimming in a pool of it. You are swimming in a pool of it. I saw your tweet. This is an indie developer and self-published of only their second game. Do you think the criticism might be a bit harsh considering? No, it's not harsh at all. No. That game is in Unreal 5. They have the resolution cranked. They have the lighting and the shadows cranked. No. And they went back and updated their old game for 60 FPS. I think it's completely unacceptable to release a game in this gen and not have a performance mode. Yeah. I also think it's completely unacceptable to not make it clear that that's what your game's going to perform at, and the only way I found out and got confirmation that that's what it's performing at is I had to read a reply tweet. No, they're so woefully below the industry standard. It's not acceptable. I've played plenty of indie titles this gen, and I haven't had that issue. That's not an excuse. That's not an excuse. Like, oh, well, because we're indie, we're allowed to ship a game below industry standards? Like, what? Hold up, I got to push back here for the PC guys. I've never in my life heard a PC guy say doubling the FPS of a game is not a big deal. I didn't say that the PC guys are saying that. I was responding to the people that have been saying that the PS5 Pro is barely doing anything. I didn't say PC guys are saying that, Omar. I said the PC daddies that say this nonsense on YouTube, and they propagandize these ignoramuses that go around and peddle their nonsense. Like, it's just absolutely stupid. The conversation about the Pro has never stopped being stupid because stupid people won't stop saying stupid things about it. Why are my comments being deleted? I didn't delete any of your comments. What are you talking about? Nobody's filtering your comments. I read your last comment. You said GTA 6 will not run at 60 on the Pro. It's barely an upgrade over the Series X. Yeah, you're pushing bleed green propaganda. That's just something that the bleed green liars say. It's barely an upgrade over the Series X. That's why Xbox didn't do a mid-gen refresh. Oh my gosh, just tattoo Cope across your forehead, please. Jiminy Christmas. That's nonsense. That's an utter nonsense statement. It's absolute utter nonsense to be like, yeah, it's barely an upgrade. What are you talking about? Actually look at the performance differences. Like, go run AC Shadows on your Series X. Turn on global illumination. It's going to run at 30 FPS. Guess what I get to do? I get to double the frame rate. I get to play that game on my Pro with double the frames, and you're going to describe that as barely an upgrade. What are you talking about? Funny part about their statement is the Series X is now more expensive than the Pro. Well, the 2 terabyte Series X is more expensive than the Pro. It's absurd. Like, on paper, another one deleted. Homie, no one's deleting your comments. You're probably exceeding the character limit, and YouTube's eating your comment. You know there's a character limit on YouTube. Brother, no one is deleting your comments. You're either lying because you're trying to create an environment where it seems like I'm deleting your comments and won't engage with you, or you're not aware of the character limit on YouTube. If you exceed the character limit, YouTube just eats the comment and I never see it. I would not be deleting your comments, bro. I'm literally beating you to the canvas with utter ease. I have no problem with you continuing to peddle your nonsense in my chat. It's helping us pass the time. The propaganda people fall for, the overall lack of knowledge and comprehension skills have is terrifying. On paper, the conversation about the Pro has been absurd. And all that ever happens is you'll throw me in your stupid, drivel, bottom of the barrel content, and you'll call me all sorts of names for just basically being like, this is a good product. You can call me a corporate shill and use all your weird repressed sexual issues language about me because, like, yeah, that's how we have conversations now. Like, on paper, PlayStation literally walked into the market and said, right now, the industry standard is if you pick quality mode, ray tracing, the higher resolution, all this stuff, you're getting 30 FPS. We're going to give you a device that's going to give you that and double the frame rate. And this is the conversation we have. It's barely an upgrade. It barely makes a difference. Show me evidence. I'm a fanboy. You can't. You're the one spewing propaganda and being overly defensive. I'm not spewing propaganda. I'm only speaking in facts. I haven't said a single thing that's not true, and I'm not being defensive. I'm not going with the fanboy argument. You are peddling and parroting the nonsense that fanboys say. If you don't want to be labeled a fanboy, don't say things that are intellectually bankrupt and inaccurate and are only peddled by people that mislead the public with their content. I haven't said anything that isn't factual. What have I said that's not factual? Falsify my claims. It shouldn't be difficult. The industry standard right now, this gen, was if you want quality, higher res, if you want ray tracing, you're playing a game at 30 FPS. And the Pro says, no, I'm going to give you that and double your frame rate. And I did parallels. I said, imagine somebody coming to you and saying that about your PC. Somebody saying that about your current console. That's literally what they said to us going from PS4 to PS5 this gen. They talked about doubling the frame rate. They talked about 60 FPS. It was a huge part of the marketing because it's powerful. People are like, that sounds great. It's not about that. It's about you jumping to a member. No. Chat's had your number since the beginning. You say something stupid, you get beat on it, and then you cry victim. I'm not calling you a fanboy. I said that you were saying things that were propagandistic. I said that you were swimming in the Kool-Aid. I'm talking about the things that you're saying. And now you're going to claim victim because you cannot engage in the argument. You can't falsify anything I've said. I've spoken only in facts, and now you're going to retreat to the cowardly Alamo of, yeah, you just attack people who don't agree with you, and you call them a fanboy. You're no different than the other people that constantly misrepresent my positions. They can't go toe-to-toe, so they misrepresent, they false frame, and they lie, because they couldn't last 2 seconds in the ring. Why? Because facts don't move. It's like a brick wall. You can't falsify anything I've said. You said I bleed green? I said that you're saying things that the bleed green guys say. If you don't want to be accused of that, then don't say things that aren't substantiated by facts. You're the one that said it's barely an improvement. You're the one that says it needs GTA 6. You're the one that said it's barely an upgrade from a Series X, and that's why Xbox didn't do a mid-gen refresh. You said those things. Those things are not factual. They're not. They're propagandistic nonsense perpetuated by people who have an anti-Sony bent. All I've said since the beginning of this conversation are factual things about what the Pro offers. I've never once said I'm trying to convince you to buy it. I have simply said this is what it offers. If you could offer anybody on their PC, on their current console of choice, the ability to double their frame rate and all they got to do is like trade in and pay 500 or just spend 700, the average person would do it. They'd be like, that's all I got to spend, and I'm going to double my frame rate, and I'm going to get the high resolutions and the ray tracings and all the pretty things. I'm going to do that. How about you don't accuse people of being a fanboy because they don't like the Pro? No, see, now you're false framing and misrepresenting the argument because you want to cry like a little baby and claim victim. You're being such a little baby, a teeny tiny little boyish baby. You can't win the argument, so now you're perpetuating this idea that I called you a fanboy because you don't like the Pro. That's not true. Now you're lying. You are a liar and a coward. You come in here, you make an outlandish claim, I break it down from facts, and then you want to cry victim and misframe the argument. Because because I actually pushed back on what you said, and you have handedly lost the discussion. You're like, oh, you've called me a fanboy because I don't like the Pro. Really? How many times did I say I'm not trying to convince you to get the Pro? I'm simply stating that what you're saying isn't factual. Are you too stupid to understand that? You're being willfully stupid. You don't seem stupid. You went in that direction, which was unnecessary. Cry about it, you little baby. Cry about it. Falsify anything I've said, or you're just another little baby. You're like, oh, I said something. I got my claims falsified, and I'm gonna cry like a little 2-year-old that he called me a fanboy. I never called you a fanboy. I said you were repeating the things that the bleed green people say. That's what I said. You're repeating the things that the bleed green propagandistic people say. That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. You're perpetuating falsehood. You're saying things that aren't true. And because you cannot substantiate your claims, because you cannot falsify my claims, you're retreating to the cowardly Alamo of oh, you called me a fanboy. So you're going to bow out because I insinuated that you were perpetuating fanboy talking points. Like, you're a coward and a liar, because I did not say you're a fanboy because you don't like the Pro. I didn't say that. Not once did I say that. I didn't say you're a fanboy because you don't like the Pro. You're just another clip-hunting gaslighter. You come in here and say stuff that you know deep down is stupid, and when you get trounced into the canvas with facts, you're like, yeah, you're just calling me a fanboy, and that's just not nice, and you're only calling me that because I don't like the Pro. I don't give a frick if you buy the Pro or like the Pro. You were saying things that weren't true. You were saying things that weren't true. I pushed back on that. And AOZ says the PS5 Pro is significantly more powerful than the Series X. Remember back when the Series X had a few teraflops over the PS5? Well, now the Pro has over twice the difference. Another thing, just falsifying your claims. Yeah, you're not even debating the argument anymore. You've completely abandoned the argument. You've completely abandoned the argument. You're like, you just want to play victim. They had your number in chat 10 minutes ago. They had your number. Somebody said, make a crazy claim, get refuted, play victim. Somebody put that in chat like 10 minutes ago, and buddy, oh my gosh, is that your playbook? Get over the fact that I said what I said. Get over the fact that I said what I said. Falsify my claims. You claimed it was barely an improvement. You claimed it needed GTA 6. You claimed it was barely an upgrade from the Series X. You claimed that's why Xbox didn't do a mid-gen refresh. You made those claims. I responded by saying, none of that's true. None of that's true. If I told you your Series X gets 30 FPS in this game with rate. Let's use Hellblade 2 as an example. Hellblade 2 has gorgeous lighting, realistic water, all this crazy graphics. And if I came to you and said, you can play that game with double the frame rate, all you've got to do is buy this stronger Xbox, you would say, holy crap, that's a big deal. That's huge. To play a game at that visual fidelity and double my frame rate, that's a big deal. You're describing that level of jump in performance as barely an upgrade. That's just not true at all. Tech experts and analysts have described it as a generational leap. A generational leap. Do you know what that means? That's like the difference between the PS4 and the PS5. They're claiming that AC Shadows on the Pro, with that global illumination turned on at 60, they describe that as a generational leap, and it looks like you literally are playing one gen to the next. That's how significant the upgrade is. And then you accuse me of being a clip hunter. Yeah, you can't stop playing the victim. You lost the argument handedly, so now you're just going to keep playing the victim. You're all the same. You guys are all the same. You consume the same content. You say the same dumb things that aren't backed by facts. And when you get gut checked, you play victim and you act like I'm a big mean guy. I didn't continue the argument because you resorted to phrases like bleed green and clip hunter. Why would I try to have an honest debate with somebody who thinks the fact that you claim you want to have an honest debate as you've done nothing but perpetuate lies is hilarious. It's hilarious. You want to have an honest debate, then why are you perpetuating falsehood? There's nothing honest about a single thing that you've said. You've just continued to say things that are dishonest and false. And then you falsely claimed that I called you a fanboy because you don't like the Pro. You're just really good at lying. You're just a liar. You haven't said a single thing that's true, but you want to have an honest debate? What are you even talking about? Victim how? Because once you got proven wrong, you spent the last 7 minutes crying like a baby about the fact that I insinuated you were perpetuating fanboy talking points. And then I said clip hunter. Like, you're just stuck on that. If you think what you said was true, then substantiate it. Do you have a single fact in your corner? Do it. Substantiate your claims. Substantiate your claim that doubling your frame rate in a quality mode or a ray tracing mode, doubling your frame rate. I want you to substantiate how that's not a big jump. Substantiate your claims. Where are your facts? Is there a single tech analyst out there? Is there a single YouTube video? Is there a single article that's broken down the differences in performance between the Pro and the PS5? Is there a single expert in the field that can substantiate your claims? You're accusing a loyal subscriber of having an agenda against you and clip hunting. You want me to drop it because it doesn't make you look good. No, see, yeah, it's you do have an agenda. You do, and your agenda is cowardice. You lost the argument, so now you're just going to cling to that. Like I said, they had you pegged 10 minutes ago. They had you pegged. Make an outlandish claim that's false, and when you get knocked around about it, you'll claim victim. Buddy, you're playing according to that textbook like it was written for you. You won't let go of it. You can't substantiate your claims. You can't falsify my claims. You think it makes me look bad that I smacked you around the room for 10 minutes and said that you were perpetuating bleed green propaganda? Is it your first day here? Is it your first day here? I told you the source? What source? Who is your source for these claims? Who? Who is your source? Tell us. A $5 super chat from True SSJ Havoc. Stan, relax. He never said you bleed green. He said you were saying the same nonsense as those folk. Yeah, he's extremely dishonest. He is a habitual liar. He's done nothing but lie since the moment he walked in here. I didn't say you bleed green. I said you're saying the things that the bleed green boys say. You're saying the things that those guys say. I never once said that you bleed green. It makes you look bad because you resort to childish phrases like clip hunter and bleed green where we were having a debate. No. Let me correct you on something. We weren't having a debate. You were saying dishonest things and I was correcting you on them. That's not a debate. You don't seem to understand what a debate is. Making a false claim or a false assertion and having that false claim and that false assertion falsified, it's not a debate. It's an exercise in futility. It's like telling a child that cats don't really have 9 lives. It's not really a debate. It's just something that, like, ridiculous that they've said, and you tell them that it's not true. There's not been a debate, homie. You made a bunch of baseless claims that were then falsified, and now all you do is claim that, oh, it makes you look bad. You said childish things. Okay, so you're invoking the ad hominem fallacy, which is attacking me instead of the argument. I don't care what you are or what your point or what your purpose here is. You made claims that were false. I falsified them. You can't falsify anything I said. You did say he was chugging green earlier? So the frick what? He clearly is. He clearly is. He's repeating a bunch of bleed green nonsense. None of it's true. Bleed green is the only way I can delineate the difference between an Xbox fan and a buffoon who perpetuates propaganda. I have to say bleed green, because I used to say Xbox fans, and they'd be like, but not all Xbox fans are like that. Point proven. You've proven nothing. You've proven nothing other than that you're a coward and a liar. That's all you've proven to everybody today, is that you are a coward and a liar. You have lied. All of your statements have been lies, and now you cowardly retreat to, oh, you were childish, so I'm bowing out of the debate. And now what you're trying to do is you're going to keep banging on that drum and saying that I look bad and that I said these childish things, and that's why you're bowing out. Now you're hoping that I ban you. Those Xbox fanboys have hurt your precious pony ego. There it is. Every time. Loyal fanboy. I'm sorry, loyal fanboy. Loyal subscriber, huh? Yeah. Loyal subscriber. You're getting one guide. We're 3.5 hours in. I'll do whatever I want, brother. Just a self-report every time. Every single time. Make an unsubstantiated claim, make a false claim, get refuted on it, play victim, and then say what you really think about me. I owe you one, get over it. Okay, I'll tell you what, Stan, we're even. I insinuated that you were perpetuating fanboy talking points. You just said I have a pony ego. Okay, we're even. Let's put that down. Falsify my claims or substantiate your own. We're all waiting. We can let bygones be bygones. That's fine. I insinuated you're bleed green. You just called me a pony. Okay, cool. We can set that aside now. Substantiate your claims. Do it. Do it. We're all waiting. Falsify my claims about how doubling frame rate's significant. Like, that's not a small thing. That can't be minimized into a small thing. It's absurd to claim that's a small thing. It's absurd. I'll do that when you prove I'm a fanboy. I don't have to prove you're a fanboy. I don't think you're a fanboy. I don't care about that. I'm only interested in facts. That would be an opinion. My opinion about whether or not you're a fanboy is not interesting. I don't think that's that interesting. I don't need to prove that you're a fanboy. You need to prove your claims. That's what started this entire debate. You started the debate. The impetus is on you. You made claims about the Pro. You made statements that weren't true. You substantiate them. That it's not a significant upgrade, that it's not really a bump, that it's barely an upgrade to the Series X. Substantiate those claims. Where are you getting this? Where are your facts? Falsify my claims. I don't need to prove anything to somebody who thinks I'm a fanboy. I don't think you're a fanboy. I think you're a liar and a coward. I think it's far worse. Yeah, I don't think you're a fanboy. I think you're a liar and a coward. I think you're worse than a fanboy. I would take a fanboy every day of the week over the crap that you've just pulled. I don't have any respect for you at all. I don't. You are somebody who believes and perpetuates falsehood, and when you get called on it, this is how you act. You're just a liar and a coward. You should just go write some twit-longers. I mean, that would be a better use of your time. I mean, I don't think you're a fanboy. I said, listen, I said that you bleed green. You called me a pony. All right, let's set that aside. Let's set that down, and let's actually have a discussion. And you won't. because you're a liar. You lied, said things that weren't true, and when you get called on it, this is your course. And you'll retreat, and hopefully, you know, your boys will have your back, right? This will get clipped. It'll be called crashing out, right? It'll be called triggered, right? It'll be misframed and false framed because, I had fun smacking around a liar for 10 minutes because, we were at the end of the day and I was bored. If you want to talk about ego, I think what hurt your ego was the fact that everything you said isn't true and you were only repeating what you had heard, which just makes you a trash parrot. You're just parroting trash, like no original thoughts. You didn't come up with it on your own. You didn't do your research. You lost the argument when you said bleed green. No, that's not how arguments work. No, see, it would have been for me, it would have been fallacious to say you're wrong because you bleed green. See, that's a fallacy. That's ad hominem. Like I'm trying to connect, you to the argument. I refuted your argument and then said, this is stuff that the bleed green guys say. They perpetuate falsehood, right? You don't even understand like argumentative fallacies. Like I didn't say you were wrong because it was bleed green. I falsified it first. I'm like, none of that's true. There is not a single shred of factual evidence to back up what you were saying. That it's like, oh, it's barely an upgrade over the Series X. It barely makes a difference. All of that's false. All the tech analysis breaks down. All the cost right now, like cost to double frame rate in other environments is significant. Like if you go from the previous gen to this gen, you want to double your frame rate from like PS4 to PS5. It's expensive, isn't it? Right? You got to buy a whole new console. It's exactly the same when you do this with the Pro. If you want to double your frame rate in quality and ray tracing modes, it costs more money, right? Yeah, it got 45% more compute units. Like these are significant jumps. These are significant bumps. Now, after I did all that and said all that, I said, you're just saying what the bleed green guys say. And that's true. That's true. There are guys with YouTube channels, podcasts, and Twitter accounts, and they bleed green. And the reason I say bleed green is it's not fair to Xbox fans to group all those people together. They're not Xbox fans. They're fanatics. They go beyond just being a fan, and they perpetuate falsehood. They perpetuate lies. They mislead the public. I do not respect them because they're dishonest. They deserve to be called that because it's true. They tell the public things that are false. They mislead people. People like you that apparently lap it up and are gullible enough to think that it's true because a guy in a chair said it, right? So people lap it up. People buy in and believe it. So I don't have any respect for them. That's why I say bleed green. It's not fair to an Xbox fan who was just excited to have a Series X and play Halo. It's not fair for an Xbox fan to get lumped in. That's why I say bleed green. Because there's a threshold of fandom where they go full. It's like, nah, you've gone full. You're saying things that are absurd and not rooted in facts, not based in fair, accurate analysis. So me engaging with your claims, falsifying your claims, and then making my own claims, and then saying like you're just perpetuating what the bleed green guys say, you're just being a coward by like, well, I'm going to bow out because you said the words bleed green. You are soft like bread if me saying bleed green is all it takes for your jimmies to get rustled, and you're like, oh yeah, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. You said bleed green. Okay, well, thanks for letting everybody know you're too soft for the internet. Because, homie, in any other context, in any other stream, you'd have gotten cussed out and ridiculed and thrown out of the chat. That's what would have happened. But if bleed green is too harsh for you, if that's too mean and unkind, you should just take a sabbatical from the internet. You don't have what it takes to hang out here. You don't. You're too soft. You're too weak for this. Bleed green dude's a xenomorph? Yeah, he's an alien. if like, here's the thing, in the bigger picture of the discussion, like people that come in here and want to hang out here, if you come in and say ridiculously false things, don't expect to be described any other way than like you're saying things that are false. You're perpetuating propaganda. Like that's what you're doing. Like, sorry, I'm gonna call a spade a spade. If it hurts your feelings, so be it. Spend some skill points in your strength and endurance, and come back another day. A $5 super chat from Trill. You should engage in my dishonest takes, Mr. Streamer. I'm a loyal subscriber. Manny with a 2 spot. So anyway, what game should I get for my PS5 Pro? AC Shadows is incredible. It's a bit bloated. Horizon Forbidden West is incredible. Spider-Man 2 is incredible. Stellar Blade is incredible. Those are all great games to play on your Pro. I'm an Xbox guy, and even I know the Pro is an upgrade, and I plan on getting one, says Dan. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Dan. The super chat goal seems completely broken, by the way. I don't know what's happening. You guys have done more super chats, and it hasn't updated. That's weird. What did Spy Swag say? The Series X was advertised at 120. It still says it on the box. How is that not false advertising? Oh, it's not false advertising. They have games that run at 120. Yeah. No. They have games that run at 120. The problem with the Xbox Series X was like when Aaron Greenberg said that like base output would be 60 up to 120, and then they kept shipping games at 30. That was the problem with the Series X. They made it seem like, yeah, your base level expectation is 60. They've had a ton of games that have hit 120, especially with the FPS boost thing that they did to older games. I was making more of a generalization about the Pro than anything else. Okay, listen. If you're gonna say something that is like diminishing, you have to have evidence for the diminishment, right? Like if I were to say that when I went from my Plasma 720 to the TV that the stream bought me a couple years ago, if I diminished that and said, well, I mean, it was nice, but really it was just bigger. Oh my gosh, that's completely ridiculous to say. That's not factual at all. I'm diminishing it and acting like it's not that big of a jump. And it is like, I literally went from a tricycle to a NASA spaceship. Like that was the degree of upgrade that the chat provided me. This community provided me. They literally sent me a NASA spaceship compared to the tricycle that I had. Like I had like a 720 Plasma. I refused to get rid of it because it ran well. It was good TV. So if you're going to diminish something, there needs to be facts behind that diminishment. You can't just act like, oh yeah, it's not that good, doesn't really do anything. And then I'm like, yes, it does. And I start stating all the things that it does. And you doubled down. You just kept going. You're like, yeah, it's barely an upgrade over the Series X. That's why Xbox didn't do a mid-gen refresh. Listen, man, you can't type something that idiotic and not get called on it. That's ridiculous. The impetus is on you to not say something dumb. Like, that's stupid. That's so stupid. You got me stuttering. It's so stupid. It's drenched in stupidity. It's like, I don't know what you want me to say to that. It's absurd. It's like, I don't know what you want me to do, dude. You were saying stuff that was ridiculous. It literally sounded like you were fresh off of a Bleed Green podcast and you were just spouting nonsense. I was like, I don't know what the heck you're on. But the PS5 Pro conversation's been ludicrous from day one. You don't get to have an opinion. That's the majority don't agree with. Provide no logical reasoning and expect to be taken seriously. Something in the water today all around. I don't know, man. GTA 6 has got people acting funny. Got people acting real funny, man. It's because everybody wants to have the best, even if they don't. Yeah, GTA 6 was all gameplay. Bloodborne has no issues. The PS5 Pro barely upgrades over the Series X. Yeah, it's just people have been really on one today. I don't know what's going on. I mean, it's been entertaining. The real reason they didn't do a mid-gen refresh is because they were pretty much going third party. Yeah, I mean, that was the other thing about that statement that was insane to me. It's like, no, Xbox isn't doing a mid-gen refresh because that's not their focus right now. They are not investing in that level of hardware. They're not investing in that fight. So to act like, well, they're not doing one because, yeah, their Series X is basically, you know, it's pretty close to the strength of the PS5 Pro. It's like, what the heck? Nash, I saw you say this earlier. You said, I hate how this type of person paints the rest of us in an Xbox in a bad light. He doesn't represent us or the community, just a salt farmer. I don't think he's a salt farmer. I'm not really quite sure what his aim was or what his point was. But, I started saying bleed green because there were Xbox fans that would bristle, understandably, totally fair. They would bristle at me saying, you Xbox guys say this. And they'd be like, no, we don't. I'm like, man, you Xbox guys are out here saying this. And they'd be like, no, us Xbox guys aren't saying that. So I stopped saying you Xbox guys. And it was easier just to be like, man, the bleed green guys, the guys that are loyal to a fault. They're so loyal to the brand, they'll say absurd things that aren't true. That's the only way we can have a conversation without me constantly stopping and saying, the really extreme fans that say things and exaggerate things and slant things in a way that's not honest. Like, I can't, that's not conducive to conversation. I can't stop and do that every time. So I just say bleed green. I don't think bleed green is as he described it. I don't think it's childish. I don't think it's mean. I'm not using it as some sort of an insult. It's a descriptor. It's like, man, these guys bleed green. They admit it. They admit it. They wear it proudly. I'm not even saying something that would upset them. It wouldn't even upset them. They'd be like, yeah, I do bleed green. A lot of these guys would admit it. They'd be like, yeah. They spent the last 2 years saying just insane stuff. Yeah, Kirk said something. What'd you say, Kirk? Claire Obscure showcases the power of the Pro. I don't understand the Series X comparisons. It feels like the biggest reach ever. Kirk, I'm telling you, they will find like the slightest slice of something and they'll use it like it's this haymaker fact. I think what they did, a lot of these guys did, and then it becomes headcanon. Oh my gosh, it's so hard to refute headcanon. Like once it's headcanon, it's over. Hang on. Hellfire with 31 months. I used to be addicted to the hokey pokey, but then I turned myself around and that's what it's all about. I freaking hate you. And I read that out loud and I knew after 2 words, I knew I had made a fatal error. $5 super chat from Mile High. I'm on Xbox ecosystem, so this might undercut that the Series X is pretty powerful. It gets hamstrung by the S. I mean, I don't think it gets hamstrung by the S. I think the first party titles maybe do. But hang on, let me go back to the thing I was going to say to Kirk. Headcanon is extremely hard to refute, and this is how they do it. Okay. So you got to rewind the clock. Like, it's super hard to, like, pull this ball of yarn apart and see, like, where did this start? My estimation would be this started with that Space Marine comparison that started circulating. Okay? This is incredibly dishonest. Oh, did we have a blip? People are saying blip. Oh, we did. I'm going to stop because I want to remake the point. It's gonna cause an audio blip as well. Yeah, Twitch was fine. That was a YouTube thing. That was only on YouTube. Okay. So, let me start over. Refuting headcanon's very difficult because the people that create this headcanon, what they do is They get people to think something, and then from that time forward, they think that that's fact, okay? So they did that with Space Marine, okay? Space Marine 2, they went to one section of a video where, like, Xbox Series X had, like, I think it was, like, 57 frames per second or something, and then, like, the PlayStation 5 Pro was stable at 60. And they're like, yeah, look, it's barely an upgrade. That's a lie. That is dishonest. That's misleading. It's basically a form of propaganda. But now that's headcanon. So years later, months later, you'll have all these morons out here going, yeah, the PS5 Pro is barely an upgrade over the Series X. And it's like, no. No. When the Pro sells well with casual gamers, let me know. I don't need to do that. It's not targeting casual gamers. You're creating a weird goalpost. The PS5 Pro is not targeting casual gamers. It isn't. A $400 PS5 digital combo with Astro Bot, that's targeting like the casual gamer who's going to walk in and snag that for the $400. If the Pro cannot keep pace with the PS4 Pro, it's not selling well. That's false. That's nobody stated that. Your claim is false. PlayStation has made it clear they're happy with the sales. They're not dissatisfied with it at all. You're making up your own rules. You're basically playing revenue Calvin ball. It's like when the Series X fell below pace with the Xbox One. That's a false equivalency. That's not the same. No. One gen to the next, when this gen falls behind the previous gen, that's a concern because you're not getting an adoption rate that is healthy. So what you're saying is absolutely ludicrous. The PS5 is on pace and has outpaced PS4 in America, and PS5 is on pace to basically end up higher lifetime than PS4. The Pro is not a factor in this as a concern. The Pro is additive. It's targeting a higher spend user. It's targeting a more niche user. So no. You are once again, you're just completely incorrect. You're just saying things that aren't true. When you aren't getting good gen to gen adoption like you were getting from, Xbox One X to the Xbox Series X, that's a problem because you're losing your user base when that happens. Sales of the Pro are behind PS4 Pro's pace. Yeah, but again, that's not a concern. That's not a concern for the device at all. You're just claiming that that's a problem. No one has indicated that that's a problem. The price is too much for most people, which are casual gamers. Right, but you're completely missing the point. When PlayStation reported their earnings and their sales reports, where we got that information, where the Pro was trailing behind PS4 Pro, they also indicated they had just hit a monthly active user record of 129 million users. They also indicated that a huge portion of the people buying PS5s were brand new users. What was it, like 22% or something? So PlayStation was basically signaling all of these things are good. We're happy with them. Adoption rates are good. Sales rates are good. New user acquisition's good. And we've achieved a monthly active user record. You're drilling down on like one thing. You're like, yeah, but the PS5 Pro is trailing behind the PS4 Pro. I believe they spoke to that, and that was anticipated. They anticipated that. They knew at the price point compared to last market push, when they did a market push for PS4 Pro, they knew PS5 Pro was going to track behind it. So they brought something to the market at a price point. They knew demand would be a little bit lower, anticipated that. It ended up coming true. That then therefore is not a problem. If you bring something to the market and you understand, yeah, this isn't going to be as high as demand as the last time, that's okay. It's a higher price, so volume can drop, profit's still there. They anticipated that. So what you're saying, again, it's just false. There's no indication at all from PlayStation that it tracking below PS4 Pro is a problem. It's just something parroted by people who were like excited to be like, yes, finally PlayStation had something not go their way. Like everybody said the Portal was stupid, DOA, dumb. Highest selling accessory exceeded their demand expectations. Oh, the PS5's not going to, the Series S is going to run circles around the PS5. And it didn't. And PS5 is completely outsold and mollywopped the Xbox this gen. So they grabbed on the one thing, and they're like, oh, we got him. The PS5 Pro is pacing behind the PS4 Pro. Yeah, PlayStation anticipated that. It wasn't a surprise. The concern with the Series consoles falling behind Xbox One was because the Xbox One gen was crap. Right. Xbox Series X and S fell behind Xbox One sales thresholds, and Xbox One already had done terribly. So it fell behind. It was like basically saying, yeah, last year we were in 4th place. That's pretty bad. And now we're in 5th place. Falling below an already losing position is bad. PS5 Pro falling behind PS4 Pro is something that they anticipated. A $5 super chat from Siriu. Thank you. Let's also keep pretending that Sony doesn't make money on the PS4 still. Khalid with 41 months and a member plus. 41 months, dadgum. That's insane. Thank you, Khalid. Sorry it took me a while to call that one out. And then another member plus. 212 members on the week. Brett says, kind of like how the Series X is tracking way behind the Series S because it's the more premium product. Right, they've sold more Series S's than X's. That doesn't mean, that's not an indictment of the X. Like, the X is still a good device. Wait, hang on. What did he say? They will continue to fall because console growth is flat. There it is. That's why I originally said the Pro needs GTA 6. GTA 6 doesn't need the Pro. You're just repeating talking points from the Xbox side, brother. That's just a Phil Spencer statement. That's not that. Clearly, PlayStation's seeing growth. They hit a record number of MAU. So no, it's false to claim that consoles are flatlining and stagnant. That isn't true. That is a false statement. You can't get a record MAU if that's true. You also have to wait for PlayStation's efforts in China to start to make landfall. You have to wait for that. You have to wait for that. Right now, the console market in China is virtually non-existent. PlayStation's making efforts through the China Hero Project to start to get saturation of their console in China. Why do you go to the Xbox stuff once again? Because that's where that came from. No, it's not ring around the rosy. No. See, look how sensitive you are. You're so fragile. Homie, the statement that consoles are flatlining is something from the Xbox side. That's something that Phil Spencer has said. That's something that's been perpetuated by the Xbox guys. Nobody else is saying that. PlayStation's not saying that. PlayStation's boasting of record MAUs and new user acquisition. Why are we ignoring that? You're literally repeating talking points from that side. That's what they say, and it isn't true. Nintendo Switch hit 150 million units sold. 1 in every 4 people in Japan has a Nintendo Switch 1, and the analysts are anticipating Switch 2 exceeding the sales of the Switch 1 in its first year. But you expect me to believe that consoles are stagnant and flatlining. It's not true. That's what I'm trying to get you to see. It's a cope. It's a talking point. It's just something people say because their side lost. Their side's done. They're not doing hardware hardly at all anymore. Demand for the product is in the dadgum toilet. They're like, yeah, but consoles are flatlining and the future is what now? PC, I guess. That's what they'll all claim. Yeah, now they're all of a sudden big PC fans. Listen to me. PlayStation can't post the growth, the new user acquisition, the monthly active user records. They can't boast about that if it's flatlining. It's a mathematical impossibility. If the consoles are flatlining and stagnant, then how is PlayStation doing what they're doing? How are people anticipating the Switch 2 outselling Switch 1 in its first year if consoles are stagnant and flatlining? I didn't look at the Xbox stuff, bro. Okay, where did you do your research that led you to think that consoles are flatlining? Where'd you get that statement? Where'd you find that? Who said that who compelled you to think that? Because that's where it came from. It came from Phil Spencer. Phil Spencer's the one that started that. Consoles weren't growing. He has said that numerous times. That's originated with him. I've not seen any analysts saying that, consoles are completely stagnated. The sales reports for PlayStation show that that's not true. You can't get to 129 million MAUs if that's true. You can't get new user acquisition within your ecosystem if that's true. Who is saying this? I don't think you get to 150 million Switches sold and then anticipation of Switch 2 outselling it in its first year. You can't. Where does that come from if consoles are stagnant and flatlining? Eurogamer, pretty sure it's been a while. Eurogamer said that consoles are flatlining and stagnant. Hang on, I have some people to thank. Rodrigo with a member light, 25 months. Long time no see, Lono. Glad to see you doing well. Thank you, Rodrigo. And then Kels with the 27 months in member light. Bring critical thinking back to schools. I can't add you guys to the total. If you're paying for a member light, you need to upgrade to member plus. If you're on member light because you're getting gifted every month, that's great. Stay there if you need to. Comparing Switch 2 to anything is kind of weird. Yes, it's a console, but it's been mostly sectioned off from the rest of the market due to the power of the GPU. Maybe Switch 2 will change that, but that has yet to be proven. That has nothing to do with showing that demand for consoles is still high. What are you talking about? When the former CEO of Activision Blizzard basically says that was a big mistake to underestimate the Switch 1, you can't be like, oh, it's sectioned off from the market. Bobby Kotick was like, yeah, that was a bad call. Come on, man. Eurogamer said flatline for Switch. I don't think it was PlayStation. Yeah, but that could have been an article talking about that, like, yes, the Switch 2 finally, it finally experienced a slowdown. It took like 7 years. It took 7 years for Switch to slow down. Ironic, most of you want to say I can't think critically, but I ask you why you like a certain game and to describe why the game mechanics work and you can't do it, you want to dog someone because everyone else in chat is sheep mentality. Oh, shut the frick up, you big baby. No one is dogpiling on you. You're being a big frickin' baby. You want to insult the whole chat and say everybody here's on sheep mentality? You can shut the frick up. You don't get to insult the entire chat just because you're too soft to stay in the ring with your own dumb points. The entire chat is, I tell you what, you get your wish. You're done here. You do not get to insult the entire chat because you're too soft for what we do here. Take a dadgum walk. We won't miss you. We won't miss you. You're too short to ride the ride. You're too soft to stay in the kitchen. Go find a soft room. Go find a podcast where they call you Buddy, Champ, or Turbo so that you feel good about yourself because you can't hang out here if you're going to insult my chat. Nobody here has sheep mentality. Plenty of people have cited stats, facts, and evidence, and you can't hold your own. That's on you. You don't get to tell the chat what they are and insult them. You don't get to do that. Wait, we can get called Turbo? Frickin' soft. So dadgum soft. GT5 King says, I'm hard. I get so sick of that, man. I go round and round with somebody, and it's like, and you got to turn it into that. It's like, that's the only way. That's the only way. You got to turn it into that. You got to insult my chat and act like everybody's dogging you. It's like, no, nobody's dogging you. You keep saying things that are ridiculous. Pork Pie says, Lono, people can't keep up with YouTube donating here on Twitch. You should just give up streaming on this platform. No. You guys contribute to this total now. We're not having the contest anymore. And MASH with the 20 bomb says, let's celebrate. That is so frustrating. They do it every time. It's like they get you to dive into the pool and then they want to cry because they got water splashed in their eyes. I know you were joking, Pork Pie. No. I know you were joking. I was just letting you guys know, like, we're not doing the friendly competition anymore. It's not really fair. You guys don't have a mash on Twitch just yet. Like, that's the perfect analogy. That's the perfect analogy. They're like, come on, jump in the pool, come on. And then you jump in the pool and they're like, you got water in my eye. It's like, come on, bro, grow the frick up. Grow the frick up. It's infuriating. I gave him so many opportunities. I'm like, substantiate your claims. Like, where are you getting all this? I think I read it in Eurogamer. Oh, wow, that's compelling. You should be a lawyer. You got us. The problem is they don't realize I'm 90% of the Xbox podcast, and I know many of the hosts. No one likes disingenuous arguments and victim mentality, says MASH. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't think it's going to sell 15 million units in 7 months. Wait, what are you talking about? Yelgler. Oh, wait, 5 years into the life cycle, the PS4 sold 91 million units. 5 years into this life cycle, the PS5 has sold 75 million units. Huh? We haven't completed this year. What are you talking about? We got to wait till this year's over, homie. Think about it. It was November of 2020, so until we get to the end of this year, we're not 5 years into the PS5. That's when you should do your comparison, because the PS5 is by now clearly over 80 million, I would think. So you got to wait till the end of this year. You got to let the games launch, like Death Stranding 2, Yote. There's just natural people coming over. The new Call of Duty. There's Call of Duty bundles. That's going to have a big push for growth. GTA 6 was going to help the total sales of PS5. What he was saying about the Pro earlier was ridiculous. But GTA 6 was certainly going to help them. That's not going to happen this year. So yeah, I think that this year you can't really say, oh yeah, it's fallen significantly behind. You can't say that until we get to the end of the year, because it hasn't been out for a full 5 years yet. Yeah, 15 million in 9 months is more than doable. Yeah, especially once they get the bundles out there, man. A Call of Duty bundle, that's usually a big push, man. You get a lot of people to buy that. And if they don't price increase and they can kind of ride the comparison, Xbox price increased and PlayStation can hold on and not price increase, it should be totally fine. It's doable but not easy. I mean, I don't think anybody's arguing easy. That's not a point that I don't think anybody made. This is as of March. Hang on. We got a chart from Eugene. Yeah, I think this is totally doable. Hang on. The heck? There we go. Yeah, I don't see this as being a problem or a worry. I mean, this is well within the trajectory of what PS4 did. And this right here where you see like it kind of pull up, I mean, I don't know what that could be. That could be a price drop. That could be anything. But you got to think, in this hemisphere of months being in the market is an annual Call of Duty, a GTA 6, right? This back part of the arc is totally doable, especially with GTA 6. That's going to be a huge boost for PlayStation, because you got to consider that the PlayStation's gonna be a huge aspect. Kirk, you think that that what I'm saying or insinuating about a small studio releasing a self-published game at 30 FPS, I think it's harmful or unhelpful to the discourse around independently developed games? I don't think so. No, I think it's unacceptable. It's unacceptable. No, it's 2025. That just because you're a dev doesn't mean you can ship a game at 30. I mean, it's in Unreal 5. They 100% could have made a performance mode. They didn't say anything about it either. They didn't let the public know. I got to find out after I bought the product. Get out of here. How's the preference harmful? He's saying my tweet's harmful. I'm going to show you my tweet. I think my tweet is very, very tame. I don't think this is harmful. I said, shipping a game without a performance mode in 2025 is just unacceptable at this point. I wish this was made clear before launch. I would have skipped. Right? I would have totally skipped. I would have. Like, I've played plenty of little indie titles this year that have been 60 FPS. I have. What was the one? And they had screen tearing and they fixed it. What was the game? It looked like Ratchet and Clank. I forget the name of it. How's that harmful? Kirk thinks it's harmful. I don't think it's harmful at all. Like, I should point out that the PS5 isn't really in competition with the PS4, as all the sales of the PlayStation consoles benefit Sony, SIE, and PlayStation as a brand. Just saying. No, it wasn't Homeworld. What was it called? It looked like frickin' indie. Let me see if I can find it. Indie game that looks like Ratchet and Clank. Yeah, Akimbot. That's what it was. Yeah, Akimbot. So, you guys remember this game? Akimbot was developed by Evil Raptor. Evil Raptor is a small studio that's done Pumpkin Jack and Akimbot. So they're a small studio. They're not a big studio. And they made this game. They made Akimbot. Hang on one second. And this game had perfectly good performance. It had screen tearing at launch that they fixed. It had really, really bad screen tearing on my PlayStation, and they fixed it. Like, I don't think it's harmful or unhelpful at all to be like, listen, if you're going to launch a game in 2025, it should have a performance mode. It's unacceptable. I should not be just because your game's indie doesn't mean I should be buying your game and getting that level of performance. I think that's ridiculous. I don't think it's absurd at all. Plenty of small studios are shipping games and managing to make sure that that's a priority. Like, being a small studio is not an excuse. I don't agree with that. Now, if I was like obliterating them because there were some rough edges in the game, like some bugs or some glitches or something, I'd be like, well, they're a smaller studio, they'll fix it, they'll go in and do some QA. But it's like, no, you built the game in Unreal 5. Unreal Engine is a very optimizable engine. You could have made this a priority, and you didn't. I don't have to fund you getting your game up to snuff. Like, we'll buy it and then we'll try and do it later. Like, no, if you can't get it within the framework of your budget to ship a game so that it can run at 60, especially when it's a third person, like, jump around, shoot, action-oriented game in like kind of an open, quasi-open world, like that game should be 60. It's not like a side scroller or something. Looking forward to Hell Is Us. Yeah, like Hell Is Us is a small studio. If that game shipped at 30, I'd be ticked. I'd be like, I don't want to. You got to let us know ahead of time. You can't keep it a secret and then be like, it's really unhelpful to the dialogue to say that that's unacceptable. Like, no, you should be honest with the public and say, hey, we're not going to be able to ship our game with the performance mode. It's going to ship at 30. What game are we talking about? Revenge of the Savage Planet. It's like, Kirk's like, oh, it's their second game. And it's like, again, I don't care. That holds no bearing on what I think a game should deliver right now. It's not your job to protect a company who fails to live up to standards. That's what I'm saying. Like, Expedition 33 being 30 wouldn't save it from criticism. Right, like if Expedition 33 would have been 30 FPS, people would have been like, I don't want to play it if it's 30 FPS. It makes it blurry and unenjoyable to navigate the world. I think people would have been right to say, that's really disappointing. That doesn't feel like a game that should be landing this gen. It shouldn't be landing at 30. Like, I don't think people were being critical of Starfield or Redfall or Hellblade because they were big studios. I mean, for goodness sakes, Ninja Theory isn't a very big studio. And it was their third game, right? It was like Ninja Theory's third game. How many games did they have before Hellblade 1? I think like 1, maybe 2. So like it's like their third or fourth game. Like no, there was no excusing that either. Expedition 33 FPS. Oh my gosh, it's 2:30. What are we doing? We got to go to green room. Holy frick. I think tomorrow we have an easy day though, but I don't know. We might need to do an upload. I think tomorrow is just I have to work on my Midnight Walk review. I think Midnight Walk review will be tomorrow, and then I think we're going to co-stream the Mafia the Old Country gameplay thing. If a market participant can't even meet market standards, they shouldn't be in the market, and it's the consumer's job to run them out of it. What are we even talking about? Says Eugene. That's what I'm saying. Like, why would we make a pass because they're an independent studio? I no. Every day is equally easy on this side of the camera. I am talking about me, sir. You guys have not been complaining about ads? Has it been on YouTube? Has it been hitting you guys? Nobody's been saying it. I've let it go. I stopped pausing. I was just kind of curious what would happen on the back end of a stream. Haven't seen any? D says yes. Okay. Before we go to green room, I don't like getting into green room and taking it a meet. Well, no, I can wait. Let's go to green room. You guys on YouTube, Twitch don't have to do anything. But green room is an end of the day segment for subscribers only. Eventually, once I'm a partner on Twitch, I will make it a subscriber only stream. Like you won't even be able to see it. So I am going to switch chat to sub only mode. It's a great reason to become a subscriber to my Twitch channel. You will never see ads when you're a subscriber to my Twitch channel. The ads are pretty regularly running to keep pre-roll ads turned off. It's a great reason to support. You can also add to our weekly goal now. That's a shared goal between YouTube and Twitch. Thank you to MASH and everybody else who contributed to the subs today by gifting. We had some gifting from Joker Quinn, from Siriu. We had everybody renewing. I can't re-thank everybody for renewing, but I can thank Stone Spire. He was stoking the fires with singles. P-Dub H-Town, Siriu again, Gambit Zero, Behemoth, and MASH, and Pathalon Phoenix, and more Joker Quinn, and more Mike Beckett, and more MASH. You guys crushed it. If you're going to try to do any last-minute gifting on YouTube, now is the time. We're going to be going to green room in just about a minute here. And I'll provide you guys with a link. Rockstar Games has tweeted, Grand Theft Auto 6 Trailer 2 was captured entirely in-game from a PlayStation 5, comprised of equal parts gameplay and cutscenes. Oh, Sure, Jan. Smells like BS. That smells like some BS to me, bro. Where was the gameplay, bro? Where? Everything looked like a cutscene. They're dropping the nuts right on the table. I believe them. All right, how long is the trailer? Let's think about this. In the waning moments of the stream here, let's think about this. An AOZ gifts a 5-bomb. Hang on, I was gonna change the thumbnail, and I'm like in the back end of the video. Give me 1 second here. AOZ does a 5-bomb. Gambit Zero does a 5-bomb. MASH does a 5-bomb. Boom, boom, boom. 15. Just like that. We're now 3 away from 250. All right, boys. Are you guys trying to extend the stream? We can just keep going. Okay. So the trailer is roughly 2.5 minutes because there's the closing frame and there's the opening frame. So it's basically 2.5 minutes. So what they're telling me is there's about 1 minute and 15 seconds worth of gameplay in this trailer. Okay? When and where? This is not gameplay. This is not gameplay. These are clearly cutscenes. Now this, if you're telling me this is gameplay, him walking in the house, this is not gameplay. This is not. Maybe right here driving, maybe you can go first person perspective. Okay, so about a minute worth of gameplay footage here is what we're supposed to believe. Like, again, is that him walking? You got the camera at his legs. I don't know. Transitions. Yeah, is that like a transition like when you go into a house? I mean, that could be gameplay, I guess. Walking up. This is not gameplay. That's obviously not. This is obviously not. No. This is the camera positions. Where is the gameplay? We've had maybe 5 seconds worth up to this point that could be. None of this could be gameplay because you're not. Look at where the camera's positioned. Yeah, look at where the camera's positioned. Like where? That's what I'm saying to you. So many of these sequences are clearly like not a player-controlled environment. Right there, you're going to have to be more specific because of stream delay. You're all doubting Rockstar? The car's blowing up? I don't know how I unfollowed you. Well, thanks for coming back. You might have just bumped it. That's it. I'm sorry. And Sal gifts a 5-bomb. And there it is. 252. You guys just keep up it going. Keeping the member train going. I love it. So full of S. He says, doubting Rockstar. They effing lied 3 months ago that they were sure the game was coming out this year. QTE events. Yeah, some of those could have been cute QuickTime events. Believing anything they say is insanity. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was on team. It's coming out. I trust them. They're going to make it. And now I'm like, homie, I don't see in that trailer. They're saying equal parts. So that means 1 minute of that trailer is gameplay. What? You forget about the cinematic camera? I don't know. And Stone Spire gifts a single. I know what Stone Spire's doing. He's going to bump this to 53, then 54, then 55. Stone Spire wants a 20 bomb. Help this man out. He's tried this multiple times a day, and he was denied. Somebody do it. I tell you what, whoever does it first, I'm going to match. If Twitch does it, I match the 20. If YouTube does it, I match the 20. Because I know what he's doing. And I want him to get his wish. This guy is so faithful with his singles. There it is. There it is. It's a race. Whoever does it first, I'm matching. YouTube or Twitch. Who's going to take it? We're going to green room. The house transition, the explosion, and maybe her fighting? Yeah, I've seen the screenshot of Peach on the bike. Got some cake, and they're like, maybe $80 is reasonable. And the workout? Oh, like you tell him to work out, and then the camera stays stationary. He gets on the bench and starts to lift the weights. Okay. Okay, so him going into the house, the explosion, and then maybe her fighting, and then the workout, right, where he's like on the bench. You like go up to it, you hold down the button, he gets on the bench, and the camera just kind of stays stationary. Okay. Him watching TV? Oh, right. You just hit it. He waits. He transitions to the couch to watch the TV, and then she comes home. Okay. No one's going to take me up on it. No one's going to take me up on it. Matching. Yeah, I don't like parody accounts because I don't know who you are. All right, I'm gonna give you 5 minutes. I'm giving you guys 5 minutes, and we're going to green room. I was seeing if I could stoke the fires and get the platforms to compete. I said first 20 bomb I'm matching to get us to that 275. If I had free time to break down the editing, I could find more gameplay. I just don't have the time. The trailer's edited really well, says Nightfire. There are some transitions, and the chase sequences look like gameplay. And it's hard in the chase sequences to be like, oh yeah, the game's totally going to look like that because it's really fast. So you're not able to really like pinpoint moments of like high fidelity or like lighting and stuff. Like my main point has been you look at like the beer bottles, the lighting, the skin, the water on their skin. And I'm like, there ain't no way, man. That's just too much detail to expect the game to be able to like be running and rendering that stuff while you're playing. It's one thing to run and render in a scene. It's another thing to run and render when you're moving around. Character walking away. Yeah. When he walks into the house, that could totally be gameplay. Again, the fidelity of the character, his skin and the water on his skin, like the sweat. I'm like, I don't know, bro. That seems absolutely insane to me. It's actually a lie, says Mash. The whole thing is gameplay. The whole game is, in fact, a movie that you watch, and there's nothing that you can do. If the player is not in full control, it's not gameplay. Yeah, I find it hard to describe that as gameplay. Like, if I press a button and the camera pans and goes stationary and some things happen, I'm like, yeah, is that gameplay though? Can't you really boost, render, lighting, and things when that's going on? Because I'm not in control, right? It's almost like a quasi cutscene. I don't know. God of War Ragnarok had the DualSense overlay so you could see player inputs. I want that for every game, every trailer. Show me the inputs. If MASH is right, it's going to be huge on PlayStation. They love movie games. That's what I'm saying. I'm not worried about Rockstar, but this ain't gameplay. I saw the Elden Ring movie headline. Was that also a lie? Oh, I don't know. I don't know if that's real or not. There's a lot of headlines sometimes that are like total speculation or rumor, and it's like not real. You've returned? All right, you guys have 2 minutes. 2 minutes. We're going to transition to green room. You got 2 minutes. The standing order was if somebody dropped a 20 bomb, I was going to match the 20 bomb. Patrick's going to do a single and get us to 256, making the 20 bomb an Agent of Chaos. Green room, members only chat. I'm just going to change the title over there on the Twitcheroonie. Rockstar deletes tweet in 3, 2, 1. I don't know. All I'm going to say is and thank you, Patrick, for renewing your VIP as well. He's doing both. He's keeping his going and also just paying it forward to somebody else. Thank you so much for doing that. Welcome back, Raven. We've been watching a lot of trailers and a lot of reveals over the years, and I'm here to tell you that we've seen so many of these trailers, and I've been told so many times, up one side, down the other, oh, that's gameplay, and then it turns out to not be gameplay. We went through that with Fable, and we've been doing that with State of Decay 3. I'm like, it's not gameplay, and now we got Rockstar doing it. I'm like, okay. All right, sure. Whatever you say. We'll see. They're not going to get rid of the videos. We'll have the proof, you know. We'll have the receipts. We'll be like, well, let's do trailer comparisons when the game comes out. All right, 60 seconds. 60 seconds. If you're going to buzzer beat, it's time. I'm going to get you guys a link on YouTube. I'm going to get you guys a link on YouTube to the green room. I'll also redirect you. Next tweet. Up to 120. People really think that companies don't lie in marketing. There's this strange, like, uber confidence in Rockstar. Like, I guess they just don't do that. Wired Rope is saying it's the cinema cam when they're driving. That's why. They have a cinema cam when driving. That's why. Like at the boat or the motorcycle. $10 super chat from DE says, will you play GTA 6 at 40? Probably no. I've been asking it all day. I'm so sorry. You don't have to super chat to ask me a question. I just didn't see you asking it, D. Probably not. That's not good enough either. I don't like 40. It doesn't feel that great. It doesn't. So, all right, time's up. We're going to green room. There's a link in chat for you guys on YouTube. I'll also redirect you. You guys on Twitch don't have to do anything. You guys can continue to do subs and gifts, but we won't be able to do that on YouTube once we transition. All right? You guys on Twitch don't have to do anything. Just sit tight. Oh, at the tail end, guys, on YouTube, hit like. Right now, double check. Make sure you've given me a like. Get us to 400 likes before we end. All right? Thank you so much for being a paying member to the channel. If you're seeing this video later or right now, it is because you are a paying member. You are either at a Member Plus or a VIP. That's a number that we need to continue to go up. It's how we do what we do. There's always about a couple thousand people that are on a gifted subscription or membership, I should say. And we would love it for you to upgrade to Member Plus. It's $6 instead of $5. It supports me directly. I'm basically a full-time streamer because of your support. So consider doing that. If you got to stay on a gifted, I understand. You're going to miss out on some of these sequences. I'm going to end the previous stream and bring folks over with redirect.